ग्रोथ भी हमारे सामने को हुआ है। हमारी गवर्नमेंट वैसे तो काफी मिनिस्टर्स, एक मिनिस्टर 3 चेयरमैन पाशा के साथ काम करता है। चेयरमैन पाशा ने 3 IT मिनिस्टर्स के साथ काम किया, मल्टीपल गवर्नमेंट देखी, IT पॉलिसीज के अंदर कोई चेंज नहीं हुई, एंड वी आर वेरी होपफुल कि ये चीज कंटिन्यू रहेगी। सेकंड, इनेबलमेंट ऑफ द प्राइवेट सेक्टर की मैं आपको एग्जांपल दूं, दैट परसेप्शन फॉर द पाकिस्तान जाने जाते थे दुनिया भर में, ओ ग्रेट, पाकिस्तान का टेक्सटाइल बड़ा अच्छा है, वी आर हैविंग गुड मैंगोज, हमारा ये चीजें अच्छी हैं। IT के ग्लोबल उसमें एक हमारा वो नाम नहीं था। 3 साल पहले जर्नी स्टार्ट हुई विद द नेम ऑफ टेक डेस्टिनेशन पाकिस्तान। बहुत मुश्किल था गवर्नमेंट को ये समझाना कि हम दुनिया भर में एग्जीबिशंस में जाते हैं, किसी गोरे को नहीं पता कि सरकारी लोगोज के कलर्स या इनके नाम क्या होते हैं। दे आर नॉट, दे आर लीस्ट बॉदर, दे एग्री एंड दे पुश। हमारे हर इवेंट में हम कोई अभी तक मोर देन 16-17 कंट्रीज में गए पिछले 2 साल में। हर जगह आप लोगों ने देखा होगा टेक डेस्टिनेशन पाकिस्तान, टेक डेस्टिनेशन पाकिस्तान, टेक डेस्टिनेशन पाकिस्तान। और अब आप देखेंगे अगेन जेटेक्स दुबई में गवर्नमेंट पाकिस्तान has signed contract already to have a big connection launch once again during जेटेक्स दुबई 2024 इन अक्टूबर इंशाल्लाह। और ना सिर्फ ये, हमने अभी रिसेंटली अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह इंफॉर्मेशन के लंदन टेक वीक हमने एग्जीबिशंस के में उनके डाउनटाउन में, उनके ट्रेन स्टेशन में, उनकी मेन लोकेशंस में आईटी फंडिंग, वहां पाकिस्तान IT में कर क्या रहा है। कितने लोगों को पता होगा कि नेशनल कंपनी ने डेवलप किया? कितने लोगों को यह बात पता है कि 8 आउट ऑफ 10 टॉप ऑटोमोबाइल कंपनीज को सॉफ्टवेयर मेड इन पाकिस्तान कोडर्स पाकिस्तान से प्रोवाइड कर रहे हैं? कितने लोगों को पता है कि 30 to 35% फाइनेंशियल मार्केट का सॉफ्टवेयर इन द अफ्रीकन मार्केट स्पेशली मैनेज बाय अ पाकिस्तानी कंपनी? गेमिंग एनिमेशन सेक्टर हो गया, 300 से 400 मिलियन डॉलर की हम एक्सपोर्ट करते हैं। दीज आर द स्टैट्स वी आर डूइंग। एंड अगेन सऊदी अरब के साथ वी हैव डन अ लॉट ऑफ एफर्ट्स, एंड सीइंग इज बिलीविंग वाली बात है कि जो भी हमारे पास नंबर्स आए हैं, सिर्फ 11 मंथ्स में हमने एक्टिविटीज की हैं सऊदी अरब में, लीप में, SIFC का डेलीगेशन लेके जाके, अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह पाकिस्तान की सॉफ्टवेयर एक्सपोर्ट सऊदी अरब के साथ 61% इंक्रीज हुई है। और ये स्टेट बैंक के नंबर्स हैं। एक्चुअल एक्सपोर्ट हमारी $3.2 बिलियन नहीं है। $3.2 बिलियन तो डॉक्यूमेंटेड नंबर हैं जो हमारे लोग यहाँ पे लेकर आते हैं। और अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह वी हैव अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह डूइंग मोर देन 6 to 7 बिलियन IT एक्सपोर्ट ग्लोबली, क्योंकि जाहिर है हमारी IT कंपनीज को अखराजात करने होते हैं, बाहर इन्वेस्टमेंट करनी होती हैं। पॉलिसी के हवाले से जाहिर है इन IMF के हालात में IT इंडस्ट्री के लिए चैलेंजेस का सामना है, बट स्टिल थिंग्स आर मूविंग, रिजल्ट इज देयर। हम पेरोल टैक्स पे इस वक्त पाशा बहुत ज़्यादा काम कर रही है, बिकॉज टू कॉम्पीट विद द फ्रीलांसर्स, रिमोट वर्कर्स एंड IT सेक्टर एम्प्लॉइज, एंड वी आर वेरी होपफुल कि फाइनेंस मिनिस्ट्री उस पर चीज़ लेके आगे चल रही है। एक चीज़ मैं ज़रूर कहूँगा, क्योंकि जाहिर है ये है तो टोटल कम्युनिकेशन का इवेंट, पाशा इसमें आउटरीच पार्टनर है, बट पाशा के साथ HBL की जो क्लोज कोऑर्डिनेशन है, और ये मैं बताऊं इट्स नॉट जस्ट बिजनेस डील। व्हेन आई हैड अ मीटिंग विद HBL मैनेजमेंट, मैंने उनको कहा कि पाकिस्तान की स्पोर्ट्स, खासतौर पे क्रिकेट इंडस्ट्री को पाकिस्तान में लाने वाले HBL हैं, जहां से इन्होंने PSL की जर्नी स्टार्ट की थी। तो why not to start a relationship with Pasha to have some initiatives and stuff with in the IT sector? Alhamdulillah, last year we did that, and I'm very happy that HBL penetration in the IT market, not just supporting events, but this ecosystem. An example जो स्टेट बैंक की तरफ से हमने अप्रूव कराया है, कॉर्पोरेट डेबिट कार्ड $, अकाउंट के लिए फॉर IT कंपनीज, HBL has recently introduced it, and digital banking भी इंशाल्लाह बहुत जल्द we are hopeful that HBL is in initiating, and in couple of months we will have it. Last but not least, पैनल और इतने डिस्कशन है रिलेटेड टू साइबर सिक्योरिटी, और एक्सपर्ट पे बात करेंगे, मेरा उस पर डिटेल में बात करना नहीं होता, बट मैं सर एक बात जरूर कहूंगा कि हमारे यहाँ इस वक्त सबसे बड़ा एक जरूरत है अवेयरनेस ऑफ साइबर सिक्योरिटी, अवेयरनेस ऑफ साइबर सिक्योरिटी लॉज। आप में से कितने लोग पीका लॉज जानते हैं? आप लोगों में से कितने लोगों को पता है कि डेटा प्रोटेक्शन लॉ पे बातचीत हो रही है, या इन सब चीजों में हम चल रहे हैं? इस वक्त हमें बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट एरिया, दैट इज द अवेयरनेस ऑफ ऑल दीज लॉज इन पाकिस्तान, अवेयरनेस कैंपेन स्टार्ट करनी पड़ेगी, उसी तर्ज पे जिस तरह पाकिस्तान में एक पोलियो की या डिफरेंट इनिशिएटिव्स की अवेयरनेस होती है स्कूल के लेवल पे, बच्चों के लेवल पे, क्योंकि आज हमने अपने यूथ जनरेशन को ये समझाना है कि बगैर किसी तस्दीक के ये आप डेटा फॉरवर्ड कर देते हैं, वीडियोस अपलोड कर देते हैं, अपनी मर्जी का कंटेंट अपलोड कर देते हैं, ये नेशनलिज्म नहीं होता। इट इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट कि हम कोई भी चीज कर रहे हैं, कोई भी चीज अपलोड कर रहे हैं, हम अच्छी बात कर रहे हैं, कोई भी बात कर रहे हैं, एट द एंड ऑफ द डे वो पब्लिक जा रहा है। हमारे मुल्क की इतनी अच्छी अचीवमेंट्स रिलेटेड टू, मैंने आपको आईटी की बात बताई, तो आई बिलीव कि अवेयरनेस बहुत ज़रूरी है इनसे रिलेटेड। हमारी मेजॉरिटी आईटी कंपनीज के अंदर या मेजॉरिटी बैंकिंग, तो आई नो दे हैव चीफ इंफॉर्मेशन सिक्योरिटी ऑफिसर, साइबर सिक्योरिटी टीम, बट प्राइवेट सेक्टर में, टेक्सटाइल सेक्टर में, हर सेक्टर में इस चीज़ की हमें बहुत ज़रूरत है। So thank you, Total Communication, HBL, on stakeholders, all sponsors, supporters to be here. And inshallah, अगले साल आप देखेंगे we will easily cross and touch $5 billion. पाकिस्तान जिंदाबाद।
Zoeb, thank you. Thank you for that impassioned welcome speech in the morning. I think जो आपने जिन चीज़ों पे touch upon किया है, especially things like tech destination Pakistan, I think that they are fantastic initiatives. आपने awareness की बात की है about the positives happening in Pakistan. आपने इशारा किया कि organizations, private sector in Pakistan needs to step up and play its role. HBL का आपने जिक्र किया, चाहे वो क्रिकेट हो, चाहे वो साइबर सिक्योरिटी हो, चाहे other aspects, ज़राई services हो. I think the opportunity in Pakistan is huge for corporate sector, private sector to step up and play its role beyond its very narrow definition of its own business remit. With that, we will be talking about later today and throughout the day, in fact, about cybersecurity, about its risks and the measures to overcome those risks. We are increasingly living in an environment where our entire lives now revolve around gadgets, around internet, around online life that we all live. And it's important, our personal data, our professional data, our financial data is all online. We need to protect that. To talk about that and other aspects, I'm also going to invite our next speaker. He is the Chief Digital Officer and Director, Center of Information Technology at the Institute of Business Management, IOBM. IOBM is also the academic strategic partner of this Infosec conference that we are having today. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big hand to Mr. Imran Batata, Chief Digital Officer and Director, Center of Information Technology, IOBM. Dr. Imran.
Assalamualaikum everyone. Well, first, I really would like to congratulate Total Communication for arranging this show. In fact, they are doing since last several years. I'm very glad that HBL is being partner of this event. They are supporting this. We are the academic strategic partner. In fact, I'm personally involved with this Infosec event since last several years as well. Well, this is much needed. And I really would like to basically talk about the IT exponential growth. And I'm very glad that Zohaib touched lots of areas as well. And I'm glad to say that Pasha is doing great. And I have seen, because I got a chance to visit in number of as well. So I've seen the tech destination forum over there. And I'm very glad that lots of companies are going there and they are basically taking the advantage as well. Well, today I really would like to talk about 8-point agenda for IT exponential growth. I hope that's going to be useful for the audience as well. And I'm very glad to say that now, from the government perspective, they have started to talking about the double digit as well. Now they are saying we wanted to achieve $15 billion. Right now, you just Pasha Zoip Saab just mentioned that about 3.2, and they are targeting around 5 billion. But if I say, or if I ask this, the audience this question, that how do you guys believe that are we going to basically achieve the $15 billion in the next few years? So certainly majority going to say that, yeah, that's possible. And I do also believe that that's certainly possible. But for that, there are few bottlenecks as well. And I really would like to highlight those things. And I hope that's going to be useful for the audience. And I have seen that the government responsibility is very much important as well. At the end of the day, what they are doing, they are preparing the policies as well, and they need to basically work together as well. So in lots of areas, they are working together, but lots of areas, I really would like to suggest that, because I got the chance to interact with the industry as well. So they are facing lots of issues. They are basically asking lots of liberty as well. So let's discuss about what I really would like to talk about 8 points. So it's going to be, aap log ko yaad bhi rahega, and it's going to be basically, I hope. Uh, okay, so I will start with prioritize IT vendors. And what we are doing here in Pakistan, we are basically focusing specifically on the international vendors as well. And if I'll talk about the procurement laws of Pakistan, if you are basically going for the tender in your organization, so you are mentioning the names of the international brand as well. So the point is, when you are basically talking about the international brand, so you are basically not giving the opportunity to the local IT vendors. If I'll talk about the overall industry of Pakistan, I'm glad that it's moving, but it's moving very slowly. So it can basically move faster as well. How it's going to be? So we need to basically prioritize IT vendors as well. We need to basically provide the room to all the vendors so that they can basically come up with the product development as well. Currently, if I can easily say that more than 70-80% we are providing the services. Are we in the product side? Not at all. So if you really would like to basically target the unicorn kind of thing, if you really would like to have the unicorn in the next few years in Pakistan, number of unicorns or close to unicorn, so we really would like to focus on the product side as well. From that perspective, we have to basically prioritize IT vendors. So I must say that we need to basically focus on made in Pakistan. Lots of CISO, CIOs are here. So I really would like to say that lots of incubation centers in Pakistan, or lots of university students, they are basically would like to develop the product as well. But what they are looking for the support from the industry as well. So they are looking for support like for the POC kind of thing as well. So we all need to work together in order to achieve that as well. So as I said that, we in the procurement laws, we have to basically incorporate few amendments as well, so the local vendors basically get the advantage as well. Right now, to be very frank, I have seen that, observed that, I got a chance to work in the public sector as well. So there are like, we are not, to be very frank, we are not giving that chance to the local IT sectors as well. Okay, so the other point I would like to mention here, that's basically the technology transfer. That's also very much important point. For example, just in case if you are going for the international product where you are seeing that there is no local expertise are available, but what I'm suggesting here that why can't we have the joint venture kind of thing? And first that they need to basically ask with the association if they do not have the resources available, or they can have the joint venture with the local IT companies as well. The most important part is we really would like to go ahead for the big ticket projects. So we need to collaborate. We need to basically provide support, or we need to work with internationals as well. Oh, no, the fourth point, that's also very much important to highlight here. In the past, we have seen that government have started their own software houses as well. So I used to say that that's not the job of the government to run the businesses. That's the job of the IT sector. That's the job of the software houses. They're going to basically work on that. So at the end of the day, once you're going to basically build something for the in the government level, so then you can basically market similar kind of product to the other countries as well. You can easily say that this is the product that we have developed and our country is using that. And now you guys can basically pitch to the other countries as well. So this is certainly missing area. And I really see that we can have the public partnership to commercialize the overall interest as well. Okay, so one thing I really would like to suggest that, and I have seen in different industry in different countries as well, why can't we have some kind of policies where we can say that 30% gonna be for the SMEs? If you really would like to go with the SMEs of the IT sector, so we have to basically give their chunk, or we can basically provide incentive to those as well, so that they can basically work in that way as well. So that is also very much important point as well. I'm glad to say that the government has initiated they have basically parked the big budget specifically for the FBR as well. Because when I used to interact with the industry, everybody used to say that FBR is the major bottlenecks for the growth of the industry as well. So why this is the bottleneck there? Because they do not have the automation. So once they're going to have the automation, I'm very glad to say that they have parked around 7 billion or 6 billion for that front. So I am seeing that digital governance or digital transformation, that's basically the most important part as well. The finally last 2 points, that's going to be the support from the startups and SMEs. Well, as I said that earlier, in our incubation centers, our students are doing great. But the problem is, if I'll talk about the overall startup culture in Pakistan, the failure ratio is very high, very, very high, around 97%. So what's the major bottleneck? The point is SMEs or the organizations are not supporting to the startups as well. So you guys are sitting over there. For example, if you're facing any kind of problem, you never know that one of the incubation center here in Karachi, they have already developed the solution. So I will suggest to all of you, you guys are in the industry leaders. So why don't you basically visit to all the incubation centers in Pakistan? They are doing the wonderful job. What they are looking for? They are looking for the support. So support from the industry as well. So you can have the equity-based model as well. Puri dunya mein hota hai, why can't you? So these are the things that you need to basically think about it as well. Finally, the most important part is that's basically the skill development. And I'm very glad to say that government has taken the initiative for that as well. They are transferred their entire process, or we can say high-tech training. Now it's going to be based with the certificate, international certificate, backed by international certification as well. But still, I'm seeing that they do not have too much fund for that. So last year, I believe they have targeted around 30 to 40,000 young youth. And I am suggesting that that has to be around 100,000 at least. And in order to basically become successful of these kind of schemes, we need to basically select the good partners as well. I've seen the major problems over there as well. So where we are investing, that's a good sign, but we need to basically good monitoring as well. Plus, we need to raise the numbers too. So these are the points I really would like to highlight here. I thought this is the good time to talk in front of the leaders as well, like you guys, and let's basically work together in order to achieve, and I hope we're gonna achieve $5 billion, inshallah, next year, upcoming this year. And in the next couple of years, I'm expecting we're gonna touch $15 billion as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Saab, for that very point-driven presentation. I think it always helps to have a PowerPoint that can enumerate the 8 points that you talked about. We all touching upon how the IT exports in Pakistan are exploding. Fantastic. And I think the upside potential that there exists in that avenue. However, and I think that's why this particular conference today is coming at the right time. We are also meeting in a week where just last week, the world experienced the biggest cyber incident, cyber security incident ever last week. जब क्राउड स्ट्राइक का वो पैच गया है, and the numbers that are coming out of it are mind boggling. माइक्रोसॉफ्ट की स्टेटमेंट जो आई है उसमें वो बता रहे हैं कि 8.5 मिलियन कंप्यूटर्स, 85 लाख कंप्यूटर्स अराउंड द वर्ल्ड became unoperational as part of that CrowdStrike IT issue. 1,400 flights were cancelled in one day out of the US alone. And banks, hospitals, businesses were all impacted. These are critical services. So as our own exports increase, and as I think, and as our own dependencies increase, I think cybersecurity, as proven by last week's incident, becomes ever more important. And I think, given that, our next speaker, I think, is just the right individual to come here and have a conversation around that. He will be speaking about the 2024 cyber threat landscape, past, present, and future. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause to Mr. Faiz Ahmed Shuja, founder and chairman, Reuters, to come on stage and deliver his presentation. Dr. Saab.
Thank you. Hello. जी अस्सलाम वालेकुम एवरीवन, थैंक यू. माय नेम इज़ फैज़. जैसे बताया, जस्ट मैं करेक्ट कर दूं, मैं डॉक्टर नहीं हूं. सो आई एम नॉट डॉक्टर, जस्ट फैज़. आई एम चेयरमैन एंड फाउंडर फॉर रूटर्स. रूटर्स इज़ अ साइबर सिक्योरिटी कंपनी. काफ़ी लोग जो हैं वो आई थिंक आई एम श्योर जानते हैं यहाँ पे. वी हैव बीन इन स्पेस फॉर लास्ट 18 ईयर्स. और एक और चीज़ देखें, आज इस बारे में जो है वो बात करनी थी, और इसी से इंट्रोडक्शन हुआ क्राउड स्ट्राइक का जो इंसिडेंट और जो आईटी आउटेज हुआ है, उस बारे में जो है वो मैं बेसिकली बात करना चाह रहा था. आई बीन इनटू दिस इंडस्ट्री फॉर ऑलमोस्ट 20 ईयर्स, और जो है वो साइबर सिक्योरिटी के बारे में बात करते हुए तकरीबन जो है 22 साल हो गए हैं. मैंने अपना कैरियर जो है 2001 में स्टार्ट करा था. एंड दिस इज़ 16th इन्फोसेक कॉन्फ्रेंस. मुझे याद है कि मैं पहली इन्फोसेक कॉन्फ्रेंस में भी एज अ स्पीकर आया था. फैसल रहीम साहब ने जो है वो इनवाइट करा था. इस्लामाबाद में जो है वो 2004 में जो है वो पहली इन्फोसेक हुई थी. सो इट्स ग्रेट टू बी ऑन दिस प्लेटफॉर्म. फैसल साहब जो हैं वो हर साल इनवाइट करते हैं, एंड आई गेट टू स्पीक एट दिस इवेंट. एंड सारे कस्टमर्स भी इधर हैं, सारे दोस्त भी इधर हैं, सारे कोलीग्स भी इधर हैं. सो थैंक यू, इट्स ग्रेट टू बी हियर. एंड सो टॉकिंग अबाउट दी साइबर सिक्योरिटी, एक जो चीज़ अभी इंट्रोडक्शन हुआ कि जैसे ही क्राउड स्ट्राइक का नाम आया, कंसीडर हो गया कि वो साइबर सिक्योरिटी इंसिडेंट था जो लास्ट वीक हुआ था. It wasn't a cybersecurity incident. It was an IT outage which was caused by a content update that was pushed to the endpoint protection solution, जिसकी वजह से जो है वो विंडोज का वो ब्लू स्क्रीन ऑफ डेथ जो है वो आता था. तो वो जो इवेंट है जिसके बारे में जिक्र हो रहा था कि 3000 यूएस फ्लाइट्स आर कैंसल्ड, एंड कंप्यूटर आउटेजेस जो हुई हैं जिसकी वजह से जो है वो एयरपोर्ट्स शट डाउन हुए, मतलब फ्लाइट्स जो हैं वो अफेक्ट हुई, हॉस्पिटल्स अफेक्ट हुए. सो डेली लाइफ्स जो हैं वो अफेक्ट होती हैं. अब आईटी आउटेज आता है या साइबर सिक्योरिटी का कोई भी इवेंट होता है, सो डेली लाइव्स आर अफेक्टेड. सो इट्स नॉट, सो साइबर सिक्योरिटी इज नॉट अबाउट saving organizations, saving incidents, organizations from incidents. It's about saving lives. बिकॉज अभी अगर मैं कुछ फैक्ट्स बताता हूँ जिसके बारे में जो है वो बात करते हैं, और जैसे लास्ट वीक क्राउड स्ट्राइक का आउटेज हुआ, इसी तरह जो है वो रैंसमवेयर अटैक्स जो हैं वो भी बहुत कॉमन हो रहे हैं. रैंसमवेयर अटैक्स जो है वो इट्स कमिंग सो कॉमन नाउ के प्रीटी मच एवरी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन इज फेसिंग रैंसमवेयर अटैक्स. और उसकी वजह से हो क्या रहा है, उसकी वजह से प्रॉब्लम क्या हो रही है? रैंसमवेयर की वजह से जो है वो डेथ थ्रेट्स आती हैं लोगों को. पेशेंट्स जो है वो, देर आर न्यूमरस केस स्टडीज, रैंसमवेयर अटैक्स की वजह से जो है वो हॉस्पिटल्स डाउन होते हैं, पेशेंट्स को केयर नहीं मिलती हैं. 2019 में मिशिगन में एक इंसिडेंट हुआ था जिसकी वजह से जो है वो एक न्यू बॉर्न की डेथ हुई थी, क्योंकि उस वक्त जो है वो उस हॉस्पिटल का सिस्टम जो है रैंसमवेयर की वजह से जो है वो डाउन हो गया था. सो इवेंचुअली जो है वो we are seeing that things are moving towards that direction because IT is becoming important part of our lives, and it's something that it's connected to, it's connected everywhere. So I think as a cybersecurity professional, we feel lot of responsibility in handling those situations. अगर जो है वो आपकी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में कोई ऐसा इंसिडेंट होता है या ऐसा कोई जो है वो इवेंट होता है, डेफिनेटली साइबर सिक्योरिटी के जो लोग हैं उन पे बहुत ज़्यादा प्रेशर होता है, एंड बहुत ज़्यादा जो है वो स्ट्रेस लेवल बढ़ा हुआ होता है. इवन हम बेसिकली जो है वो तकरीबन मैनेज सर्विसेज भी देते हैं, तकरीबन जो है वो अराउंड 30 to 35 कस्टमर्स का जो है सॉक मैनेज करते हैं. अराउंड 150,000 एंड पॉइंट्स वी मैनेज, एंड आउट ऑफ 40,000 endpoints were crowd strike last week. So you can imagine कि हमारी टीम के साथ क्या हो रहा था last week जब around 40,000 endpoints that we manage, what we were going through. So this is a life that a cybersecurity professional goes every day. And on the other side, जो small business owners है, what they go through, मतलब अगर उनका पूरा business जो है वो down हो जाए ransomware की वजह से, तो क्या होता है? Report says that they want to suicide. They want to, if your business goes down, you are not able to operate, definitely you will feel suicidal. So these are some of the consequences which we are seeing. And इसी तरह जो है वो हमें अपनी भी फिक्र करनी चाहिए. हम लोग जो है वो बात कर रहे हैं साइबर सिक्योरिटी इम्प्लीमेंटेशन करनी चाहिए, ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस को प्रोटेक्ट करना चाहिए, बट I think we as cyber security professionals need to take care of ourselves as well, because अगर हमारा स्टाफ या हम लोग स्ट्रेस में रहेंगे, report says that 56% of the people says that if they are busy, if they are stressed, they won't be able to handle or do their work. 54% ऑफ द पीपल से कि हम बहुत आसान पासवर्ड सेट कर देते हैं क्योंकि हमारे पास हिम्मत नहीं होती कि कोई कॉम्प्लेक्स पासवर्ड सेट करें और उसको जो है वो सेव कर लेते हैं अपने पास. तो अगर हम लोग भी स्ट्रेस्ड होंगे, हम लोगों पे भी प्रेशर होगा, so we won't be able to operate. So I think mental well-being, emotional well-being, saving lives, all of this is getting very connected, and it's very important that we all feel responsible. And I think what's the reason for this? Because it's something that the trend we are seeing, or the reason I'm talking about this is because this is what we do day in, day out. We see patterns, what is happening around the world, what kinds of attacks are happening, attackers किस किस्म की techniques use कर रहे हैं, क्या उनकी जो है वो motives हैं. So this is something that we analyze. So I would try to cover what we see, what we have seen, and what countermeasures we can implement. So we release different threat advisories to our customers and on our website. So उसमें तकरीबन last 12 months में, if you see, we have released around 350 security advisories, and out of which 41% of the advisories we released were about data breaches. So इससे पता चलता है कि कितनी ज़्यादा data breaches हो रही हैं. Vulnerabilities की advisories जो हैं वो 29% and APT attacks की 12% है. So you can see that which area is more we are talking about, किसकी सबसे ज़्यादा threat advisories जो हैं वो हम लोग publish कर रहे हैं. So एक case study के बारे में बात करता हूँ. We all know what APT attacks are, what APT hackers are. They are advanced persistent threats. Like थोड़ा मुश्किल अटैक होता है, अगर आसान लफ्जों में बताऊं तो डिफरेंट कॉम्प्लेक्सिटी ऑफ अटैक्स होती हैं. एपीटी इज समथिंग व्हिच इज सेट टू बी मोस्ट एडवांस अटैक दैट यू कैन डू ऑन एन ऑर्गेनाइजेशन. सो अब वो हैकर्स भी अवेलेबल हैं फॉर हायर. पहले तो आपको स्क्रिप्ट किडीज या जो है वो लो एंड अटैकर्स जो हैं वो मिलते थे टू हायर. नाउ यू कैन हायर एपीटी हैकर्स टू टारगेट एन ऑर्गेनाइजेशन. सो we were doing a forensic for one of the organizations, and what we found that it was an advanced attack, but था क्या कि वो जो अटैक किया गया था उस ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में वो बिल्कुल कॉपी पेस्टेड था एक पूरी केस स्टडी का. सो लाइक अब ऐसा भी काम हो रहा है कि एडवांस अटैक्स भी जो हैं वो अटैकर्स कॉपी पेस्ट कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि इतने वाइट पेपर्स मौजूद हैं, इतने टूल्स मौजूद हैं, इतनी गाइड्स मौजूद हैं कि दे कैन जस्ट स्टेप बाय स्टेप परफॉर्म एन एडवांस अटैक. So while investigating, we were able to see that this attack that has been performed on this organization, वो पूरा एक आर्टिकल में स्टेप बाय स्टेप लिखा हुआ है, वही फाइल नेम्स हैं, वही आर्टिफैक्ट्स हैं, वही जो है वो टेक्निक्स, वही कमांड्स यूज की गई हैं. लेकिन क्या है कि अगर हम जो ऑर्गेनाइजेशन कॉम्प्रोमाइज हुई, इफ दे आर एबल टू हैव दीज बेसिक मेजर्स के नॉन चीज़ें जो हैं वो प्रिवेंट करें. सो आई थिंक द एडवांसमेंट इन ब्लैक हैट कम्युनिटी इन ब्लैक हैट इज गोइंग एट अ फास्ट पेस. उनके पास जो आर्सनल आ गया है वो इतना अच्छा है, इतना आसान है कि अब कोई भी जो है वो एडवांस अटैक कर सकता है. लेकिन हमारे लिए जो है वो थोड़ा मुश्किल है, क्योंकि एक एग्जिस्टिंग इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को रिवैम्प करना, उसको जो है वो रीडिज़ाइन करना हमारे लिए मुश्किल है, प्रोटेक्शन को इम्प्लीमेंट करना एज कम्पेयर्ड फॉर देम टू अटैक अस. बट स्टिल वी हैव टू कम ऑन दैट पेस अगर अपने आप को प्रोटेक्ट करना है. सो आई थिंक जो बेसिक साइबर हाइजीन है, जो कि पहले एक आसान हुआ करती थी, अब जो है वो आई थिंक इट्स प्रिटी, उसका जो बार है वो काफ़ी हाई सेट हो गया है. तो बेसिक साइबर हाइजीन भी जो है ना वो बहुत कॉम्प्लेक्स हो गई है अब ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस के लिए. अदरवाइज प्रिवेंटिंग फ्रॉम सच अटैक्स इज वेरी डिफिकल्ट. Now, some of the APT attacks that we have seen, क्योंकि we track some of the APT groups that target Pakistan. Sorry, ये slide. Next slide कर देंगे. Sorry. So these are some of the APTs targeting Pakistan. Sidewinder is one of the Indian APTs जो कि बहुत ज़्यादा एक्टिव होता है पाकिस्तान में. We have been tracking this for last 6-7 years. इसकी एक्टिविटीज़ जो है वो हैज़ बीन वेरी एक्टिव. पाकिस्तान, चाइना, नेपाल, अफगानिस्तान में जो है वो ये काफ़ी एक्टिव है. इट्स एन इंडियन APT which is most active in पाकिस्तान. इसी तरह जो है वो डू नॉट, पैच वर्क एंड बेटर भी जो है वो भी काफ़ी एक्टिविटीज़ जो है वी सी इन पाकिस्तान इन डिफरेंट सेक्टर्स, जिसमें जो है वो डिफेंस है, गवर्नमेंट है, एजुकेशन है. लेटली जो है वो गवर्नमेंट सेक्टर को बहुत ज़्यादा जो है वो टारगेट किया जा रहा है. इसी तरह जो है वो पाकिस्तानी गवर्नमेंट की जो कैंपेन्स है, लाइक रिसेंटली जो है वो पाकिस्तान पोस्ट ऑफिस की जो है वो कैंपेन स्मिशिंग अटैक्स की रन की जा रही थी, जिसमें जो है वो जैसे DHL की अगर आपने कैंपेन देखी हो, सिमिलर टू दैट कैंपेन पाकिस्तान पोस्ट की कैंपेन जो है वो रन हो रही थी, जिसमें स्मिशिंग करके लोगों की जो है इंफॉर्मेशन एंड अदर एक्टिविटीज़ की जा रही हैं. सो आई थिंक APT एक्टर्स जो है वो एक्टिवेट रहेंगे, बढ़ते रहेंगे. इनकी एक्टिविटीज़ जो हैं वी आर सीइंग, अगर हम थोड़ा जो है उसकी टाइमलाइंस भी देखें तो वी गेट एन आइडिया. थिंक मैं करीब रीसेंट अटैक्स की जैसे मैं बात कर रहा हूँ, जिसमें पाकिस्तान पोस्ट का मैंने बताया कि जिसमें फ्रॉडुलेंट मैसेजेस, आई मैसेज, SMS, रूट किट की जो डेटा ब्रीच है. हेल्थ सेक्टर की हम बात कर रहे हैं, अटैकर्स हेल्थ सेक्टर को बहुत ज़्यादा जो टारगेट कर रहे हैं. रीज़न बीइंग कि एक क्रिटिकल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर होता है, प्लस वहाँ पे इतनी ज़्यादा प्रोटेक्शन नहीं होती है एज़ कम्पेयर टू अदर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन. सो अटैकर्स जो है वी आर सीइंग दैट हेल्थ सेक्टर को जो है वो सबसे ज़्यादा जो टारगेट किया जा रहा है. अभी रिसेंटली जो है वो 6.5 मिलियन इंडिविजुअल्स की जो इन्फॉर्मेशन एक्सपोज हुई थी. इसी तरह जो है वो साइड वेंडर APT की जैसे मैं बात कर रहा हूँ कि प्राइम मिनिस्टर ऑफिस एंड मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ फॉरेन अफेयर्स की कैंपेन्स जो हैं वो रन कर रहे थे, जिसमें जो है वो PDF डॉक्यूमेंट्स वर बीइंग सेंट ओवर द ईमेल एंड मल्टीपल कैंपेन्स आर बीइंग रन. तो ये एक टाइमलाइन है अटैक्स की. लास्ट 12 मंथ्स में अगर आप देखें तो हर महीने कोई ना कोई इंसिडेंट जो है वी हैव बीन ऑब्जर्विंग. लास्ट ईयर जुलाई में चाइनीज़ APT बैकडोर जो है वो गवर्नमेंट ऐप पे हमने जो है वो चेक किया था. गिलगित बाल्टिस्तान यूजर्स की जो है वो स्पाईवेयर की रिपोर्ट आई थी. 2 मिलियन पाकिस्तानी कस्टमर्स का डेटाबेस जो है वो डार्क वेब पे अवेलेबल था. इसी तरह अगर 2024 में भी हम देखें तो जनवरी में भी कुछ एक्टिविटीज़ हम देख रहे हैं, मार्च, अप्रैल. सो यू कैन सी दैट प्रीटी मच एवरी मंथ देयर इज समथिंग गोइंग ऑन, जिसमें जो अगर आप जून में भी देखें तो मिलिट्री थीम्ड ईमेल स्कैम टारगेटिंग पाकिस्तानी यूजर्स. सो दे ये डेटा तो जो है वो आपको हमारी रिपोर्ट्स में भी अवेलेबल है, और ये सारी चीज़ें जो हैं वो वी यू आर एबल टू फाइंड. बट दिस इज समथिंग दैट कंटिन्यूस गोइंग ऑन. कोई ना कोई जो है वो APT एक्टिविटी वी कीप ऑन सीइंग इन पाकिस्तान. जो सम ऑफ द थ्रेट दैट रिमेन परसिस्टेंट, जिसमें एडवांसमेंट्स हो रही है, मेलवेयर इज वन ऑफ द टॉप. रैंसमवेयर जो है वो सबसे ज़्यादा जो है इसकी अटैक्स वी आर सीइंग. मेलवेयर जीपीटी का एरा है, जनरेटिव एआई है, एआई बहुत ज़्यादा यूज़ हो रहा है मेलवेयर कोड की डेवलपमेंट में। सोशल इंजीनियरिंग की टेम्पलेट जो हैं वो अब एआई के थ्रू जनरेट हो रही हैं, ऑटोमेटेड जो है वो अटैक्स किए जा रहे हैं, रैंसमवेयर एज अ सर्विस है। सो नाउ अटैकर्स के पास इतना आर्सनल है, इतनी इतनी ज़बरदस्त चीज़ें अवेलेबल हैं कि वो अपना अटैक जो है बहुत आसानी से एग्जीक्यूट कर सकते हैं। सो मेलवेयर इज़ वन ऑफ द टॉप वन। कस्टमर सेंट्रिक थ्रेट्स जैसे होते हैं, बैंकिंग ट्रोजन्स हैं, स्मिशिंग है, सप्लाई चेन अटैक्स इवॉल्व हो रहे हैं। इवांती का हमने अभी पिछले दिनों देखा, इसी तरह सोलर विंड्स का जैसे हुआ था। सो वी आर सीइंग सप्लाई चेन अटैक्स एज वेल गोइंग ऑन। क्यूआर फिशिंग की मैंने लास्ट ईयर बात करी थी, इस साल भी क्यूआर फिशिंग जो है वो भी काफ़ी एक्टिवेटेड है। सो दीज आर सम ऑफ द थ्रेट्स दैट रिमेन परसिस्टेंट। आप लोग भी ये सोच रहे होंगे सब वही चीज़ें हैं, एग्जैक्टली सब वही चीज़ें हैं, सिर्फ टेक्निक्स एडवांस हो रही हैं और जो है वो जो अटैकर्स हैं उनके पास आर्सनल बहुत एडवांस हो रहा है। हमें सिर्फ अपने चीज़ों को जो है वो अक्रॉस द बोर्ड स्ट्रैटेजी इंप्लीमेंट करने की ज़रूरत है, एंड स्टेप बाय स्टेप जो है वो इम्प्रूवमेंट जो है वो होती हैं। तो कुछ अगर कंट्रोल्स की बात करें, 2 मिनट रह गए तो बस फाइनली जो है जो काउंटर मेजर्स की अगर हम बात करें, जिस पे आजकल हम लोग बजवर्ड सुन रहे हैं, दीज आर ऑल बजवर्ड्स। अगर इनकी बैकग्राउंड देखें तो ये सब वही चीज़ें हैं जो कि पिछले बहुत सालों से लोग इम्प्लीमेंट करने की कोशिश करते हैं। डिजिटल ट्विन की आजकल बातें हो रही है। डिजिटल ट्विन इज समथिंग सिमिलर टू हनी पॉट्स, जो कि 20 साल पहले भी आप इम्प्लीमेंट करते थे कि अगर कोई अटैक आपकी इन्वायरमेंट में हो रहा है तो सिमिलर इन्वायरमेंट आपके पास रेप्लिकेटेड हो, जिस पे जो है अटैकर्स टारगेट करें। और दूसरा यूज केस ये है कि आप इस पे सिनेरियोस अपने टेस्ट कर सकें। तो अगर आपके पास एक इन्वायरमेंट का ट्विन होगा तो उस पर आप मल्टीपल अटैक के सिनेरियोस टेस्ट कर सकते हैं, उसको चेक कर सकते हैं कि कितना जो है वो स्ट्रेंथन है ये। तो डिजिटल ट्विन एक नया कंसेप्ट है जो कि आजकल बात हो रही है। रैंसमवेयर नेगोशिएटर सर्विसेज भी आ गई हैं, जिसमें वो आपको हेल्प करते हैं कि रैंसम जो अटैकर्स हैं उनसे रैंसम नेगोशिएट किया जाए। क्योंकि अब जो है वो अगर आप एवरेज देखें, 3 साल पहले एवरेज रैंसम जो है वो $5,000 दिया जाता था। लास्ट ईयर आपको पता है कितना दिया गया है एवरेज? $1.5 million। सो यू कैन इमेजिन, जो अभी भी बहुत से लोगों के जहन में यार $5,000 दे के जो है ना छुट्टी हो जाएगी, अब $5,000 दे के छुट्टी नहीं होती। अब $1.5 million जो है वो लास्ट एक हॉस्पिटल ने जो है वो इंटरनेशनली जो है वो दिया है। तो एवरेज जो है वो अब अमाउंट जो आ रही है ना, $1.5 million का रैंसम जो है वो दिया जाता है। सो दिस इज $1 billion डार्क वेब मार्केट। तो इस पे रैंसमवेयर नेगोशिएटर सर्विस आ गई हैं जो कि नेगोशिएट करके आपको देती हैं कि कम आपको रैंसम देना पड़े। साइबर इंश्योरेंस इज समथिंग विच वी हैव बीन टॉकिंग अबाउट, और हम इंशाल्लाह प्लान कर रहे हैं अब अपने कस्टमर्स को भी जो है, पाकिस्तान में भी साइबर इंश्योरेंस की सर्विसेज अवेलेबल है, एंड वी आर कोलैबोरेटिंग टू ऑफर दी सर्विसेज टू आवर कस्टमर्स, बिकॉज हम काफ़ी सर्विसेज देते हैं जिसमें अब जो है वो साइबर इंश्योरेंस अब जो है वो रिक्वायरमेंट है कि आपको बंडल करने की ज़रूरत है। सो वी आर ब्रिंगिंग दैट टू आवर कस्टमर्स सो दैट साइबर इंश्योरेंस का एक कंपोनेंट जो है वो अटैच हो सके। इसी तरह एक्सटर्नल अटैक सरफेस मैनेजमेंट की बातें हो रही हैं, विच इज एक्सटर्नल वर्नेबिलिटी मैनेजमेंट, थ्रेट इंटेलिजेंस कॉम्बाइंड टुगेदर, इट्स सेम थिंग। साइबर सिक्योरिटी मैश आर्किटेक्चर, ये भी एक नया कंसेप्ट है, बट इट्स अ गुड कंसेप्ट, जिसमें क्योंकि आप बहुत सारी टेक्नोलॉजीज इंप्लीमेंट करते हैं, तो अब मैश आर्किटेक्चर जो है वो उसमें उसको बेसिकली सिंगल एनालिटिक्स, सिंगल डैशबोर्ड, सिंगल लेयर्स पे जो डिस्ट्रीब्यूट करके आर्किटेक्चर का डिजाइन है। So these are all, zero trust, DFIR, hyper automation. These are all new buzzwords that we see people talking about. But this is something that countermeasures are being evolved. और हमको भी इवॉल्व होने की ज़रूरत है, काउंटर मेजर्स को भी इवॉल्व होने की ज़रूरत है, एंड आई थिंक इट्स अ जॉइंट एफर्ट। सबको एफर्ट करने की ज़रूरत है। इट्स समथिंग दैट वी कीप ऑन डूइंग एवरी डे, एंड so this is something I wanted to talk about, और it's great to be here again, and यही है कि we all have to work hard to protect ourselves, protect our customers, protect our organizations, and protect the lives. Thank you so much.
Even have the basics right, how can we think about zero trust right now? So first we have to get the basics in order, and then we will think about zero trust adoption. So that's the question that we are trying to answer. Is zero trust something that you come to at a late stage once you have taken care of everything else and now you want to become very sophisticated? Or is it something that can serve as a shortcut to get to essential cyber hygiene? So instead of relying on vendor opinions or market analyst opinions, we like to base our argument or discussion on more authoritative and sort of non-commercial expert sources. So the Center of Internet Security is a nonprofit organization. A lot of you must be familiar with CIS critical controls, and they provide a lot of guidance for the security community on how to achieve security. And the good thing about them is that as opposed to frameworks like NIST that tend to be more abstract, CIS guidelines are very operationally focused. So you can they lend themselves to implementation, and they have kind of boiled things down to a simple set of things. So 18 critical controls. And they, in September 2021, they came out with the community defense model, second version of their model. That is a prescriptive set of safeguards that is aimed at addressing the top threats. So on the one hand, it's based on the data from a lot of data breach sources. So major sources like Verizon data breach, Microsoft, and other breaches. So that's a very large body of data of breaches that happen, and it's updated every year. So you must have seen Verizon data breach and incident report from 2024 as well. So that's one source of what is actually happening in the wild. What sort of incidents are actually happening, and what is it that causes those incidents? On the other hand, in addition to these data sources, there's the MITRE is the organization that has the attack framework, which is a kind of a taxonomy of all the attacks that are seen at various stages of the kill chain. And so in addition to documenting the attacks, they also they prescribe mitigations. So what the community defense model has done is has taken this breach data on one hand and MITRE mitigations on the other. And on the third side, they've taken the CIS safeguards. And so they've said, okay, if you adopt these CIS safeguards, you cover these particular MITRE mitigations, which in turn address these particular kinds of breaches. So CIS has 18 controls, and each control has a number of safeguards. The total is 153 safeguards. What the community defense model has done is that they have divided the world into 3 different kinds of organizations. At the bottom, you have implementation group 1 sort of organizations, which is essentially organizations that have limited budgets, low risk, but still need to do something about their digital assets. So the bottom is where essentially the essential cyber hygiene set of safeguards comes from. And beyond that, there are enterprises that in implementation group 2, there are enterprises that have more risk, which is, I would think, most organizations in this audience would either be in IG2 or IG3. So heightened risk, greater complexity, harder security management issues. But since the IG1 forms the foundation for everyone, it has to be addressed. And at least anecdotally, what we have seen is that regardless of how big you are, so this comment that I started the discussion with comes from a public company, a multi-billion-dollar company. You would think that they would have matured beyond essential cyber hygiene. But as Shuja was also saying, the essential hygiene with these 56 safeguards is actually no longer an easy thing. And so one can assume that most organizations, regardless of size and how big their security team is and how big their budget is, are still struggling to have essential cyber hygiene. And if you look at the Verizon data breach and things like that, you'd see that a lot of the attacks are actually due to basic problems like human vulnerabilities, social engineering, and also commonly known vulnerabilities. Very rarely do you have to resort to APT sort of threats to actually execute a ransomware campaign. So that's so now this is the kind of the definition of essential cyber hygiene. We're going with the CIS definition, that it is the implementation group 1 is the group of safeguards that is least costly and difficult to implement. And these are the safeguards that they assert that every enterprise should deploy. So if you're a 5-person company or a 5,000 or a 50,000 person company, you need to make sure that your essential cyber hygiene is in order. So as I was saying, this is evidence-based. So the data shows that if you have the CIS, IG1 safeguards implemented, you get close to 80 to 85% protection against the top 5 threats, which are malware, ransomware, basic web application hacking, insider threat, and targeted intrusions. And if you implement all of them, like you go all the way up to IG3, you get 98, 92, 94, you get into the 90% protections. And obviously, beyond that, you have to be aware of the state of the art, because the CIS controls are generally lagging behind the state of the art. So they would not tell you to implement XDR or some other, they don't even talk the zero trust language, right? But that's where you have to add your knowledge of what is happening in terms of new technologies and new techniques to counter these. So, but again, the main point is that you have to get your IG1 safeguards addressed. Now, given that there are 56 of them, it would seem to be a tall order, right? And that's where the question is that how, if you leave an organization to itself, it would probably come up with dozens of products and a complex set of processes to ensure that they have coverage of these safeguards. And that's where our contention is that if you look at zero trust adoption, you may actually be pleasantly surprised that it's actually a shortcut to get there. So now we'll talk a bit about zero trust to kind of match the two lines of reasoning. Zero trust is a concept, it's a philosophy, but zero trust architecture is also a very, it has a concrete manifestation as well. And this comes from the NIST 800-207 document on zero trust architecture. This is what a zero trust architecture looks like, that a subject is anything that is trying to access, it's a human, it can be a process, a machine, which is trying to access a resource. A resource can be data or a computer, network resource. Typically, you would have no protection in front of the resource in general. So in a typical office LAN, you would not have firewalls everywhere. You have firewalls in front of the data center. You may have firewalls at your corporate boundary. And once you're past these boundaries, you have essentially got unconstrained access to resources. So zero trust essentially entails putting policy enforcement points, conceptually firewalls, in front of resources as close to them as possible. And you have the choice of being as extreme as you want to be, or as coarse-grained as you want to be, but you would need to see a lot more firewall-like things in your environment if you're implementing zero trust. So these policy enforcement points are controlled by a policy decision point, and that is where there's a rich context about what is happening in your organization. So the policy decision point has to know what computers you're supposed to have, what software is supposed to be running on them, what users you're supposed to have, what their entitlements are, what the current state of risk is in the organization, what the SIM is telling you, what other sources of threat intel are telling you. So the richer the information that the policy decision point has, the better access decisions it can make. So by default, nobody has any access, right? So the subject is disconnected from the resource. So in a zero trust network, when you're sitting on your computer and somebody does a port scan, they won't see anything, right? And it's really the policy decision point that is bringing you in contact with the resources that you need. So again, so that's kind of the roughly the concept. Now, again, the NIST document talks about different implementation architectures. And there are different approaches to implementing ZTA, and zero trust network access and software defined perimeter is actually one of them. That is, there's a section in the NIST document on that. So now we're talking about kind of an ideal or a well conceived ZTNA/SDP product. So it would have access to inventory of your devices, software, and resources. It would have robust authentication that it would enforce, like multi-factor authentication. It would, again, the device you're coming from and the user itself both have to be robustly authenticated. And post access, it has to maintain access based on how risky the behavior is. So that was zero trust. Now here there's a sampling of the CIS, the 50 subset of the 56 safeguards. And so they talk about, one of the basic things are software asset inventory, hardware asset inventory. You should address unauthorized software. Nothing that you that you're not aware of as an allowed application should be running on your computers. It should be all up to the desired patch levels. Then you should have the ability to manage firewalls on endpoints and servers. Again, these are all things that are zero trust and ZTNA/SDP aspects as well. So zero trust operates by managing endpoint and server firewalls. So if you go we don't have the time to go through each one of these, but essentially there are about 15 of these safeguards. So about 30% of the essential cyber hygiene safeguards. Now, a lot of those safeguards are also process and people oriented. For example, the security awareness training is, there are about 8 safeguards in those that are about, security awareness training. So if you strip away process and people related safeguards, you have like about 32, 33 safeguards for technology. And this is about 15. So about half of your essential cyber hygiene safeguards are met by a technology like this. And then you have additional things like anti-malware, backups, and that's more or less, I think, that covers your essential technology stack. So so again, we are at the last minute. So the point is that zero trust is foundational. So we have, I think, we have answered the question that zero trust, while it is kind of a foundational technology to help you take you get to the highest levels of security, and that's why it's mandated in the US for federal agencies, in the Department of Defense. The Pakistan Telecom Authority, I think the Ministry of Telecom, in fact, recently stated their strategy for security strategy for the next 5 years, and they have said that they envision mandating ZTA adoption per NIST 800-207, at least for the tier 1 carriers, and then for the larger sector. And we think that other regulators like the State Bank and NEPRA, etc., will follow suit. So we advocate taking a head start on this, because regardless of what the regulator says, this is this helps you cover your essential hygiene, makes your human vulnerabilities less relevant because there is more robust authentication. There's no single password. There's both trust and device and user. Also, your vulnerabilities that are very hard to manage. Again, there's stats on the Verizon data breach that a typical vulnerability, it takes about 6 months for you to fix 50% of the known vulnerabilities at the beginning of the year. By the end of a year, about 8% of vulnerabilities remain unpatched, right? And the attackers, they attack. You'll start seeing probes in your environment within the first 5 days of a vulnerability being announced. So the reaction time for vulnerability resolution is, the requirements are high. And so if you have a zero trust architecture, which essentially conceals your resources and minimizes the exposure of your, your network resources you're essentially making the job of the attacker harder. So we'll just skip through this. So eBricks is basically a proponent of a zero trust architecture. We have security architecture assessment services. We help organizations come up with their zero trust adoption strategy. We help them with the implementation. We have our own zero trust network access, universal zero trust network access technology. And we're happy to report that it is seeing adoption in Pakistan's critical and sensitive environments. And we hope to see that increase in the other sectors as well. In addition to our own technologies, we have partner technologies which go beyond the traditional EDR defenses to provide protection for there's application zero trust technology that prevents your application from being hacked even after an EDR has been defeated, because these are based on allowed behavior for an application as opposed to matching against known attack patterns. So EDRs are typically evaded by, red teams evade EDRs all the time. You need to have them, but you need an additional line of defense in your critical servers, which go after whitelisted behavior rather than blacklisted behavior, right? So again, zero trust, not just for essential hygiene, but for advanced needs, is the way to go. And we would love to talk to you more. We have a stall here. We can talk about it in more detail. Thank you.
Thank you, Rasab. I think it's you were able to educate cyber illiterates like me on what essential cyber hygiene is and what the zero trust environment is all about. One of the reasons that HBL is so actively involved in efforts on cybersecurity is because of the scale of the organization. We are classified as a DSIB bank, which is domestic systemically important bank by the State Bank of Pakistan, which means that if, God forbid, something happens to the bank in terms of its cybersecurity profile or other aspects, it could have an impact of systemic importance. We have a huge footprint. 36 million customers, 3 करोड़ 60 लाख customers हैं HBL के जिनका financial data हमारे पास है. We are a huge organization in terms of 20,000 people. 20,000 people work for HBL who are all online. Now, इस environment को किस तरीके से manage किया जाए in terms of how to protect it from a cyber risk that has been elaborated by a lot of speakers who have come up till now. I'd like to invite my colleague, Asif Meenai, Chief Information and Security Officer for HBL, to come and elaborate what he does on a day-to-day basis. Cyber, Asif.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. My name is Asif Minai. I'm the Chief Information Security Officer for HBL. Been working in this industry for almost nearly 30 years now in various multinational and local organizations. My today's topic as a keynote speech is basically focused on a holistic approach towards cyber risk. It is very important that with this increasing trend of digitization globally, within the organizations, how you are treating cyber risk as part of other key risks, which are traditional risks, which especially the banking and the financial institutions focus upon. So digitization of currencies, transactions, relationships, experiences, and assets has transformed the entire industries. Cyber is the great enabler. Think retail and web, financial services and mobile phones, healthcare and wearable technologies, to name a few. And we all are aware that times have changed. In recent years, the volume and velocity of change have rendered risks far more numerous and complex. Risks have multiplied as business models and methods, information and communication technologies, and laws and regulations have become more complex. Add to that the globalization of markets, supply chains, innovation and crime, and you have a transformed risk environment. As a result, today's risks can be hard to identify and quantify, harder still to avoid, and intertwined with formerly unrelated risk areas. An operational risk event can ignite a reputational risk that generates a financial risk, a firecracker string of follow-on impacts. In general, this environment calls for a series of shifts in management approaches towards risks. And while other risks are equally important, cyber risk is something that is an emerging kind of a risk, which not many organizations are focused that much upon. And there is a dire need of that. So the approach, the shift in approach to risk is from largely compliance-based methods to more strategic approaches, from backward-looking approaches to more forward-looking postures, from reactive responses to more proactive risk management, from a focus only on value protection to a focus that includes value creation. Organizations need broader, deeper, more dynamic and holistic risk management approaches. The competitive, technological, and regulatory environments demand it, as do customers, suppliers, investors, and other stakeholders. In the private and public sectors and in financial services, life sciences, and other industries, cyber capabilities extend organizations' borders and reach, creating new customers, business partners, avenues of access, method of innovation, and forms of value. As the great enabler, cyber generates myriad opportunities and risks. So cyber capabilities now ranks among the senior management's topmost and chief priorities, primarily because of three reasons. Number one, enhanced cyber risk management boosts growth and performance. What does that mean? The better the cyber risk management program, the more the organizations can leverage cyber capabilities for growth and performance. This calls for aligning cyber risk management with your business strategy. So largely business strategy is being looked at separately and cyber strategy is being looked at separately. So is the IT strategy. So all of them have to be looked at collectively. Number two, current methods fail to meet most organization needs. The prevailing point-specific, IT-centric compliance-focused approaches for cyber risk management generates costs, gaps, and overlaps while failing to adequately address exposures. The alternative is to integrate cyber risk controls within the business processes. Number three, management needs to evaluate cyber risk and outcomes. So countermeasures tend to be deemed either effective or ineffective, with rudimentary, if any, analysis of related investments, outcomes, and returns. The alternative is to target results and measures actual outcomes related to cyber risk exposure and invest accordingly. So a lack of aligned, integrated, and measurable cyber risk management programs renders more cyber risk initiative inadequate, inefficient, or both. So what are the mistakes that organizations are making? The approach that most organizations take to cyber risks lead to common mistakes. For example, letting fear set the agenda. So cyber, whenever you think about cyber, a certain fear gets into play. So cyber breaches can result in costly losses and embarrassing headlines. However, fear of breaches can focus management exclusively on point-specific, IT-centric solutions, while key to these solutions are regularly leapfrogged by cyber criminals and do not constitute a cyber risk management program. While a good dose of fear can be healthy, but an overdose can be lethal. The second mistake is undervaluing digital assets. So undervaluation of digital assets typically result from absence of rigorous digital asset evaluation exercise. Executives know that non-compliance creates regulatory consequences, breaches cost money, and denial of service attack lose customers. But do they grasp the true value of all intellectual property in digital form? Do they understand the full cost of operational, financial, legal, and reputation risks that stolen data, compromised transaction, and corrupted systems can generate? The third mistake is under-preparing for cyber incidents. So the readiness aspect. Cyber incidents include not only external attacks, but also internal breaches, natural disasters, and other events that affect systems and data. Given that cybersecurity can never be complete, management must be prepared to respond to any cyber incident. Sound preparation depends on the involvement of forensic, communication, legal, and other aspects, and must include regular update to response plans as well as periodic drills. The fourth mistake is adopting cyber capabilities without enough strategic content. Mobile devices, social media, cloud computing, and artificial intelligence presents risks and opportunities, just like vendor alliances, outsourcing, co-sourcing, and joint venture arrangements. Management must understand the risks and reward of any technology the organization employs, as well as the ways that cyber risks affect stakeholders and pursuit of the business strategy. The importance, ubiquity, and value of cyber capabilities call for ongoing C-suite attention to cyber risk management. Cyber risk management should occur within a well-designed, properly implemented risk management and risk governance program that aims to manage the risks that attend value creation as well as those addressed in value protection. So when we talk about a holistic approach, what does that mean? Alignment of business and cyber strategy, integration of business processes and cyber controls, linkages between business outcomes and cyber analytics. A holistic approach enables the management to place cyber risk in a strategic context. Treating cyber risk apart from other business risks renders it overly technical, mysterious, and separate. placing it in a strategic context show how cyber risk relates to other risks. So a relation between cyber risk and other risks and a collaboration between them is very important. And that is where you get a holistic view on cyber risks. It also shows how management acceptance of cyber risk will assist or fail to assist in creating value. Perhaps most important is a strategic approach which focus all senior managers on defining and meshing their interests and roles in cyber risk management, enabling them to make explicit cyber risk management decisions. Link cyber risk to growth and performance. So there's no point in taking risks that don't drive value creation. Most initiative will present some cyber risks. To grasp the whole picture, management must address cyber risks in the context of strategic business goals. Management must also identify unrewarded cyber risks, which can occur, for example, when information about job responsibilities or internal system is disclosed in job posting or on social media with no real payback. Rationalization of practices and spend. So holistic approach enables management to move beyond point-specific, siloed compliance and IT-driven solutions to gain an integrated view of cyber risk management. It rationalizes practices, revealing overlaps, gaps, and issues to be addressed, which enhances efficiency and effectiveness. Make better business decisions. Placing cyber risk in context and rationalizing practice should position the organization to better manage cyber risks. Management can evaluate cyber risk issues more precisely, deciding which to accept, which to avoid, and which to mitigate, and to what extent. This also enables management to discern insurable and uninsurable risks. So the resources needed to manage cyber risk can also be identified, which is a combination of talent, technology, funding, or external access. A holistic approach towards cyber risk is best organized by means of a framework that helps management identify roles, responsibilities, relationships, and other relevant factors. So a cyber risk management framework is one of the most essential components of looking at cyber risk in a more holistic form. Such a framework assists in defining enablers of cyber risk management, elements of a cyber risk management program, and expected outcome of such a program. These three considerations must be analyzed in the context of organizations, industry, and businesses. So the three components include program elements, which includes governance, assets, process, and technology that comprise the program, the expected outcomes, that is the competitive advantage, the stakeholder confidence, and continual improvement. And last but not the least, enablers, that is business acumen, business strategy, compliance demand, and resources. So that basically summarizes a key element of how we should be focusing on cyber risk holistically in an organization, and how we should be approaching this in a more coordinated manner in line with the business and IT strategy that is being formulated at the organization. There is a dire need of having this approach. And I think typically what we have seen in organizations is that in a lot of mature organizations, you can see that cyber risk is now being looked at as a very important element of the overall strategy. But there is a lot more to do. And I think the regulator in Pakistan, like other regulators, have played a very strong role in this context, whereby they have come up with cyber risk management frameworks. They have come up with methodologies. They have come up with approaches, standards on how to deal cyber risk in terms of a holistic approach. And that is something that needs to be extended across organizations, not only within the financial sector, but as well as the other sectors. Thank you.
थैंक यू आसिफ। आसिफ मेरे कॉलीग हैं और ये मैं मार्केटिंग में हूँ, तो ये मेरे काम की नौयत को साइबर की निगाहों से हमेशा बहुत मशकूक तरीके से देखते हैं और कहते हैं ये जो तुम कर रहे हो सोशल मीडिया पे, इसका क्या किस तरह मिटिगेशन हो सकती है और क्या हो सकता है। कई बार समझ नहीं आता, लेकिन increasingly and honestly I think it's what Asif really talked about was how cyber security awareness is literally a cultural shift in an organization. Organizations को उसमें समझना पड़ता है कि ये हो क्या रहा है. And I think one of the biggest challenges that in any organization, and I think under Asif's leadership, we have really come a long way at HBL, is to have that cultural shift in an organization where an understanding and awareness of cyber risk is paramount. शुजा जब यहाँ पे आए थे तो शुजा ने आके अपनी जो प्रेजेंटेशन में a lot of those risks that are coming towards Pakistan in the realm of cyber security उनको identify किया था. Our next speaker, I think, is probably in the best possible position to talk from a government point of view as to how they look at this aspect. He will be covering Pakistan's cyber security initiatives, current state, and future roadmap. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause to the Honorable Dr. Haider Abbas, Director General and Head, National Cyber Emergency Response Team. Sir, thank you.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Thank you so very much for the generous introduction. Thank you very much, Total. Thank you very much, all the organizing partners for arranging this wonderful conference. I must congratulate every one of you who is engaged with managing this, all the young, bright minds under one roof. Thank you very much. So I'm Dr. Haider Abbas, and I'm currently heading the National Cyber Emergency Response Team of Pakistan. And I'll give you a brief introduction, what is going on, what are the future plans, what is the current state of cybersecurity in Pakistan, and what we think. And definitely, I would require your suggestion and your support to actually come up with some of the initiatives that we can jointly launch for Pakistan. So this will be the agenda for my presentation today. First of all, the cybersecurity challenges. As a nation, that cybersecurity has become a global challenge. You might be knowing about this already. People have discussed about this. Then the Pakistan cybersecurity status, then the national CERT. What is the current status? What is going on? What will be the future strategy, and how we are looking at the things at the national level? Then the future roadmap for Pakistan. So I think we have discussed a lot about this, that this is a kind of a global dilemma for all of the organizations, all of the nations, all of the individuals around the world, that cybersecurity has become a paramount challenge where the critical infrastructure, as we see, we have given guidelines to different organizations in government sector in Pakistan to please specify and evaluate your critical infrastructure and declare. Even we have sent this to State Bank of Pakistan also, and all the organizations that they should need to declare the critical infrastructure that is being hosted in their premises. Then you can see that the artificial intelligence, on the other hand, is fueling this war. They have the cyber, or you could say the AI weaponization, adversarial AI, LLMs, and all of the technologies that the gentleman discussed. It is actually fueling the whole war. This we call the cyber or the hybrid war that we as a country has to face, and we are currently facing a lot of cyber attacks around our critical infrastructure. The world actually has prepared themselves. You are the best audience for this, and you already know that they are not behind. They have created their cyber warriors, even our neighboring countries, starting from the US Cyber Command, starting from the Indian cyber warriors, the Russians, the Israelis, They all have created this as the critical national entity, as the cyber command, or you can say the cyber warrior with all of the countries, all of the major stakeholders and the major countries of this whole cybersecurity paradigm around the world. So where Pakistan stand, what is our current state? We could see that by the ranking of the ITU, we stand at 79 in the area of cybersecurity globally. And the National CERT, Ministry of IT, NTISB, that this is not the recent one has yet to be released. We have provided them the information, the different initiatives that the National CERT has taken, Ministry of IT has taken, and we hope that inshallah, this rank is going to be increased in the next release of the ITU. Also, you could see the other ranking, that how we in the area of cybersecurity stand globally in the context of malware penetration and the cyber attacks. Some of the issues, we actually performed a kind of gap analysis, or the first line of evaluation, by using the anti-ESP forum and all of the partners that we have. We found out major challenges that we have to face at the government level. And the major challenge is the use of pirated software. We have the lack of awareness, and you can see a list of challenges that we figured out by doing this exercise when we conducted this kind of auditing and evaluation with different government organizations around the world. Then we see that at the organizational level, we found out many challenges also. Many of the organizations, specifically the government organizations in Pakistan, they do not have the cybersecurity program, even basic policies, procedures, deployment. It has been missing since long. Then we saw that many of the organizations, almost 80%, 90% of organizations are using the pirated software, and it's the serving malware. Also, if they have purchased some costly equipment, it is already deployed using default settings. I mean, the skill set shortage, many challenges at organizational level also. At individual level, we conducted many surveys, and we found out many of my honorable colleagues have already mentioned that the awareness is a big challenge also for Pakistan and the community that we are living in, that the people do not understand that one bad node can actually sabotage all the systems. Sir Rahar has mentioned about the zero trust level. So this is all the mechanisms that the people should know, that how they have to deal with the different. So some of the Pakistan cybersecurity initiatives as flashed on the screen, I must appreciate many organizations in Pakistan is doing very good. I am fully convinced that our private sector is far more ahead in terms of cybersecurity compliance, in terms of security measures, the controls they have, and the services they are providing as compared to the government sector. But still, the government sector is struggling, and I must appreciate the PTA, the NADRA, and also some of the organizations that State Bank of Pakistan even also are doing very good in the area of cybersecurity. But unfortunately, the unfortunate news, as the head of National CERT, I have to face as a challenge. Most of these organizations, or many of these organizations, or all of these organizations are working in silos. The cooperation between these organizations is at very bare minimum level, right? And this is a challenge that I have taken as the head of National CERT, that I have to bring all of them into one platform to collaborate for a joint effort that can help Pakistan to grow in the area of cybersecurity. In terms of legislation, you could see that we have the PICA, we have the National Cybersecurity Policy, we have the National CERT now that has been notified through CERT rules. It was actually a PSTP project, but in March 2024, it has been declared as the National CERT, and we foresee in coming, inshallah, in this year, maybe the start of next year, this is going to be the National Cybersecurity Authority of Pakistan. Also, Pakistan, the private organization might be interested about this, that the Pakistan has also released the Pakistan Security Standard. It has been already released and will be mandatory by 1st July 2028. We have rolled out the plan for the organization. So any hardware and software procured in Pakistan will not be able to be deployed in any of the organization in Pakistan without proper security clearance and cyber security checks, in the backdoor checks and all the stuff that in the labs we are going to establish in Pakistan. So this is going to be a big requirement that will be gradually deployed with the passage of time, and by 2028 is the final deadline, and no organization in Pakistan would be able to do some kind of deployment in the area of information security unless it has been cleared in the hardware and the software perspective through these labs that we are going to establish at National CERT. So the National CERT, the vision and efforts that we are doing as per the National Cybersecurity Policy, we have derived our mandate, and also looking at the NIST guidelines for the Pakistan, we have actually declared the main components of National CERT, that is the GRC, capacity building, technical development, forensic and screening labs. We have the national and international collaborations, incident response and management. One offer from my side, before I move to the VN, the holistic VN 2023 that I have drafted for National CERT. One open offer from my side to every one of you individuals sitting in the bright mind in this room, any one of you in any capacity, if you would like to contribute for the Pakistan. For example, you are a good speaker, right? You have a kind of technical expertise. You have a private company that would like to launch some kind of initiatives in Pakistan. Any kind of effort you want to do for Pakistan, come to us, join hand with us, strengthen our power, and we jointly work with the collective wisdom for the Pakistan. For example, you done your PhD from United States, from somewhere, you are very good in zero trust level and all the stuff, and you want to tell this to the people. Join hand with us. We have various programs. I'm going to flash here. The Cyber Watch program, for example, we have launched for the people who want to convey their message through some kind of webinars, some kind of talks. So we are going to provide them the platform. Anyone want to join the incident response mechanism? For example, I have seen that Reuters and all the other good organizations are also providing the advisories and all the stuff. Join hand with us. We will give you a better dissemination for the country, for your advisories that the struggle you have done here for Pakistan. So for the VN 2023 that I would like to mention is, by improving the cybersecurity index, inshallah, in top 50 is the plan. Then the self-sufficiency and technological indigenous development in Pakistan in terms of hardware and software, specifically in the area of cybersecurity. You all know about the supply chain attacks. You all know about the backdoors that we are currently facing. The equipment that we procure from these vendors, what are the backdoors, what are the challenges, how much cost we have to bear to actually clean those, how to see that, and the expertise we have to gain actually to come up with some kind of clearance certificate. So indigenous technological development, indigenous hardware development also is going to be supported. One directional move is the challenge that I have taken, that is the alignment of government, academia, and industry, and I'll show you some of initiative also. Threat intelligence mechanism at national level, international cybersecurity diplomacy also is a kind of initiative that we have taken. Secure supply chain management, cybersecurity for small and medium-sized organizations, public trust to gain continuous cybersecurity education, and international liaison for. I have to be faster because I can see the time. I will get 3-4 more minutes, right? Thank you. So one challenge that I have mentioned to you guys, that this is the challenge. All the organizations in Pakistan wonderfully working. doing significant contribution, but only for their own organization or maybe their sister organizations they have. This is the challenge. And we have taken this challenge, and National CERT is going to be the body that is going to help to coordinate these all organizations in Pakistan. We're going to introduce a three-tier architecture. In the national CERT, we will have the PK CERT, or you can say the AN CERT, that we will deploy the national SOC at national level, at the federal government level also. Then we will have the sectoral CERT, where all the provinces of Pakistan and all the regulators in Pakistan will deploy their security operations center at their regulator level or at their ministerial level. Then we will have the organizational certs at organizational level, and this will be a kind of comprehensive architecture. We have already developed some of the SIEM solutions that indigenously developed also. We are evaluating that, and soon we are going to deploy this kind of infrastructure in Pakistan, and all the organization will have to come with some kind of their solution to join this whole national initiative, and this will be mandatory soon, and you will get the notification from the government also. Some of the initiatives that we have taken, we have the online presence, the National CERT. You can join this, you can submit reports, you can submit some kind of incident, some kind of advisories, whatever you like is available on the social media also and the website also. Then we have launched the advisory services through SMS and also on our website, and we are going to extend this to the private organization also, if some of the organization would like to join hand with us, because we have the limited capability and the limited HR, but we get some of the feeds from all of the partners. But if your organization thinks that you would like to join this as an effort, we will definitely acknowledge. We will give the logos and all the stuff that this has been shared by Reuters or eBricks or some of the organization in Pakistan. Let's work together for this advisory services in Pakistan also. Then we have, as I mentioned before, we have launched the Cyber Watch initiative. This is the initiative that if some of the specific organization needs some kind of training, for example, this is the CrowdStrike was the event, right? State Bank says that all of the banks in Pakistan need some kind of awareness sessions, right? So we can arrange the experts. If you have the experts, you can join hands. So we will have a better visibility and extended visibility of all the state banks. Specifically, if you have some kind of expertise and you think that this should be disseminated through a wide channel and the people should know that what I have acquired and the people should get benefit, come and join hands with us. We will provide you the platform. We will announce this for all the ministries. We will announce this for all the Pakistan, and we will give you the platform to give this kind of technical talk or the technical speech also. Then we have launched the Cyber Patriot program. Cyber Patriot means if you have developed some kind of, or if you have discovered some kind of vulnerability in, it is not the bug bounty, because we cannot, there are some legislation issues in Pakistan, right? So it is a kind of bug bounty, but if you have found some kind of vulnerability and you want to report it, this Cyber, you can say Patriot program is going to help you. We have launched summer internship and also the extended internships for our young, bright children, the school-going children also, and also the college-going, the bachelor's and the master's level in Pakistan. Any of the organization who thinks that they are not prepared for the cybersecurity, any organization who thinks that they're at the mid-level, any organization who thinks that they have the maturity of some of the cybersecurity measures they have achieved, we are in the process of preparing the guidelines for the policy compliance, national cybersecurity policy compliance, the sectoral policy compliance, and also to audit and evaluate their efficacy of the security mechanisms. How much you can say the maturity some of the organization has gained by deploying the security controls of ISO 27001, fine, NIST, fine, Pakistan cybersecurity policy, fine. Any of the policy, we have prepared the guidelines and we are going to disseminate this soon. If you think that you have developed something wonderful, right? and you want to join this initiative and do your scholarly contribution, you are welcome to do this. We will appreciate your effort also. Then we have launched extensive awareness brings change, ABC awareness program through National CERT for the elderly people, for the school going young children, for the college going people, and also for the different organization. And it is up and running, and we are providing extensive kind of material through these platforms that we have developed. Advisory services, incident management. These are some of the recent incident that has flashed on the screen that we have discovered as a national CERT. पहले ये होता था कि जी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन को पता चलता था कि जी उनकी वेबसाइट डिफेस हो गई है, they just fix this. Now we have developed a mechanism डिफेसमेंट के अगर रिपोर्ट उनको नहीं भी होती तो हमने we have the channels within an hour they get the call that this is something that has been compromised, or this is something, we verify the claim even from the dark web when the some of the APTs group that we have also access to that, and we tell the organization that this has something has been done. So this is the first respondent of any of the event, any of the cybersecurity incidents. So National CERT is the first respondent, and we can also proceed for the legal proceedings to giving this to NRC3 or the newly raised FIE agency to, if there is some kind of legal bindings, or you can say the legal proceedings that need to be required with some of the incident that has been happened in Pakistan. So some of the initiatives also that we have the national competitions, we have joined hand with the Ignite, and we are the being partner of this national hackathon. And these are some of the parts of the event as flashed on the screen. Then we have the training awareness session for different ministries and different organizations. If you want some kind of directed training, if you are a trainer and you want to join this initiative, you are welcome. If you are the trainee and you want to get training for some of the specific aspect, please come to us and we will help you to find some of the best people and best location, and we can arrange this. Sectoral engagement, as soon as the sectoral CERT will be notified, and we have already started engaging different sectoral CERTs in Pakistan, like the PTA, like the State Bank of Pakistan, and all the major regulators in Pakistan, to give them the guidelines that how the cybersecurity comprehensive mechanism in Pakistan should be governed. Seminars and conferences we are heavily engaged with. We are disseminating the information also. Media talks also. Some international cyber drills that we are participating as a national CERT. This is the list, or maybe this is not an exhaustive list. We have already signed with Ignite. We are going to sign. I am going to sign today with the IBA, the MOU. Then the NADRA, the PTA, and all the major organizations in Pakistan. And our target is the AP CERT, the OIC CERT, the China, and all the partners that we could see that would have the international and national organization that we sign the MOU, and we can collaborate in threat sharing mechanisms, skill development, and also the capacity development for our people in Pakistan. This is my idea, and I'm going to launch, inshallah, National CERT is going to launch, inshallah, soon, NCERT Cyber Campus. This will be the unique idea that on one hand, we are going to take all the major universities in Pakistan, NUST, LUMS, IBA, and you name JICI, you name the top universities in Pakistan. Then you name the top organizations in Pakistan, CrowdStrike, Fortinet, Kaspersky, eBricks, and I mean, any of the organization in Pakistan who wants to join hand with, and the national CERT on the third side on the government. So this consortium will have a kind of extended training programs, the diplomas that you can launch from this cyber campus, that will be both in hybrid and you can say on-site. For example, in Karachi, next time we come and we have launched a cyber security threat intelligence mechanism for example, the banking sector, and the IBA is hosting this event. and CrowdStrike and eBricks, and for example, for some of the other organization in Pakistan is the trainer, and the national cert is also the partner, and we jointly do this kind of effort. So there will be one directional move, and we see that what is going on to the Pakistan, what is the requirement. We have already done a kind of gap analysis for many of the organizations, many of the sectors in Pakistan, and we are in the process of developing this. And inshallah, we will launch this at national level. When all the universities will be signed, all the private organizations will be signed, the national cert, and we will launch this at national level, and we will roll out quarterly, maybe after some time when we'll get maturity. Even after every month, we will have this kind of activities across the Pakistan, because when I did the gap analysis in Pakistan, being the cybersecurity student, I found out that we stand nowhere, unfortunately, right? We do not have anything, right? Many of the organizations are even lacking the basic infrastructure, right? Basic expertise of cybersecurity. So we have a great challenge, and we need your support. And National Cert cannot do. One thing is that you will not find National Cert a traditional government entity, inshallah. This will be always like Pasha. I appreciate Zohaib Saab. Like all the gentlemen here, I really appreciate their efforts. So inshallah, you will not find National Cert a pure government entity sending the letters and all the stuff. You come with us, we come to you, and with joint and collective wisdom, we will build a national cybersecurity infrastructure in Pakistan, inshallah. And this has already been launched at a lower level. When we did an exercise at NUST, we took the master students and the bachelor students, and we invited all the ministries, right? Myself provided them the trainings of the security compliance of NIST and 27001 and all the PCI DSS and all that stuff. Then we engaged the students by giving them the assignments to go to the universities, to go to the ministries and help them in deploying the controls into the organization, do their risk assessment, develop their policies, procedure, because ministry said we do not have the capacity, we do not have the HR. Okay, so okay, well, we will provide you. Whatever we can do in our little capacity, we will do. We engage the students, gave them the assignments, sent to the ministries, to the different organizations, sectorals, to do their basic compliance. Then I taught them the auditing procedure and auditing and evaluation process, right? And then we again sent these young, bright students to these ministries to help them to do their internal auditing process, develop their internal auditing process, how they can perform the first party, second party, and prepare their organization for the third party audit also. There will be a requirement that will be coming soon from National Cert and the government sector, that every organization in Pakistan need to do their internal auditing process. They have to streamline, they have to do their second party, and also we will be verifying the auditing that you have done. For this process, I'm sorry, I'm taking a bit long, but for this specific process, we will get help from you, the private sector. We will evaluate your organization's expertise. We will accredit you, right? You will join hand with us to perform the compliance of the government sector, even the private sector. You will help us to perform the auditing of the government sector and the private sector also. We cannot do alone, right? We will just counter verify, and you as an organization, we will promote your business. We will help you to do the efforts for Pakistan. But the best thing that you are doing, the wonderful work you are doing, let's channelize this through a specific platform. We can provide you the platform. We will accredit your organization. We will list this organization on our website. We'll send to all of the ministries that these are the accredited organizations in Pakistan in the area of cybersecurity for compliance. These are the organizations for auditing. You can get help from them. Whatever your business you do with them, we do not have anything to do with this, but we will counter verify and we will counter check that what has been deployed and what has been done. So future roadmap, I'm running out of time, so I'll not go into detail of this slide. But one thing that also I would like to mention, any of the cardinal government level, organizational level, individual level, any one of you sitting in this room, in this conference, who wants to contribute in any of the parameters here mentioned, even not, this is not the exhaustive list, and you want some platform that how I should contribute, right? I have discovered the solution for CrowdStrike that actually had done. Where is the platform? National CERT is the platform. I have the expertise and I want to talk to my people in Pakistan that what should be the banking strategy for the zero trust, for example. What is the platform? National CERT is going to provide you the platform. We will disseminate the information. We will host your talk and we will host. So any of the parameters written here, not even mentioned here, you would like to mention and you would like to join hand with National CERT, you are always welcome. So thank you so very much. This was I'm sorry for taking a bit long, but this was a very necessary things that I wanted to convey actually. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Dr. Haider Abbas. I think आपकी presentation में एक आपने acronym share किया था ABC, awareness begets change, and I think with the awareness that you have created in the audience today, I think it's fantastic. An amazing amount of work is being undertaken under your leadership. I think one of the most encouraging things that I saw in your vision 2030 slide is your effort to bring together the government, academia, and industry. And I think today we have representatives from all of those bodies. So I think this is a fantastic opportunity for us to take your agenda forward. Ladies and gentlemen, Pakistan, the financial sector is the backbone of any country's economy. I think we are fortunate that in Pakistan, the financial sector is possibly one of the most well-regulated and one of the most progressive sectors in the country. And I think our banking sector, the way it's our regulator, State Bank of Pakistan, I think is probably a reference point for various countries as to how to manage and how to take forward the banking sector. Whether it's branchless banking or whether it's digital banks, I think the initiatives being undertaken by the State Bank of Pakistan are exemplary. I'd therefore now like to call on to the last speaker of the morning, Mr. Shaukat Bazenjo, Additional Director, Digital Financial Services, State Bank of Pakistan, to come onto the stage and present State Bank of Pakistan's point of view on this important subject. Topic of his presentation is measures undertaken by SBP for resilience of financial industry from cybersecurity perspective. Shaukat Saab. Pleasure, sir.
बिस्मिल्लाह रहमान रहीम। मैं नहीं समझता कि जब डॉक्टर हैदर अब्बास साहब ने माशाल्लाह एक्सटेंसिव और एग्जॉस्टिव रोड मैप कंट्री की दे दी है और मुझ जैसे स्टूडेंट स्टिल लर्निंग द एरिया द फंक्शनलिटीज की कोई बच जाती है। इससे पहले ज़ुहैब साहब ने पाशा का रोड मैप, पाशा का एक मेजर रोल है, और उसके अलावा हमारे IOBM के इमरान साहब थे, उसने भी अपना, शुजा ने अपना जो टेक्निकल एस्पेक्ट्स को, रूटर्स के, उसने काउंटर मेजर्स को, सब चीज़ों को किया। ईब्रिक्स के एरार साहब ने CIS का जो पर्सपेक्टिव दिया, निस्ट के अलावा जो बाकी एक रेगुलेटरी फ्रेमवर्क, we as a central banker are always learning. But before that, I'm deeply honored to stand before you today at prestigious 16th Infosec 2024 campus. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to organizers, the HBL, and sponsors, Mr. Faisal Sahab, for inviting me on a topic that's not only critical but increasingly urgent in our interconnected world. I thank the organizer for the efforts in raising awareness regarding importance of cybersecurity in the country. Total communication needs a special mention for their role over the years. as a leading platform for creating awareness in the areas of IT governance, digitalization, e-commerce, mobile banking, and all these technology domains which are happening in the country. When Dr. Saab was talking, I was recalling some things with respect to financial inclusion and with respect to the silo. Dr. Saab ने दो बड़ी important बातें की, silo culture. सिंगापुर के बारे में कहते हैं कि सिंगापुर का जो डिजिटलाइजेशन है वो उनका डिप्टी प्राइम मिनिस्टर लीड करता है पीएम हाउस से. टॉप डाउन अप्रोच है. जितने भी रेगुलेटरी बॉडीज हैं, जितने पब्लिक के प्राइवेट सेक्टर हैं, दे ऑल आर ब्रॉट टुगेदर विद सिंगल लीडरशिप. और वहां से डायरेक्टिव पावर ड्राइव होते हैं. ऑल आर कोलैबोरेटिंग, ऑल आर इंटरेक्टिंग. सिंगापुर जो मॉनेटरी अथॉरिटी ऑफ सिंगापुर है, ऑलवेज अ गुड एग्जांपल एज सेंट्रल बैंक एज वेल एज अ कंट्री एज वेल. और जब भी स्टार्टअप्स की बात आती है तो सिंगापुर का एक मेजर एग्जांपल दी जाती है. दूसरी, जब डॉक्टर साहब ने एकेडमिया और साइलोस की बात की, आई रिकॉल बारक ओबामा's national speeches to the assembly. Every year, US president is supposed to give a speech to the assembly on their national agenda. आई रिकॉल कि आई मीन कंटिन्यूस 2-3 सालों तक उसकी स्पीच में एक आई मीन जरूर आइटम था कि साइबर सिक्योरिटी शुड बी द पार्ट ऑफ एवरी करिकुलर एकेडमिया. कोई आर्ट्स कर रहा है, सोशल साइंसेस कर रहा है, मेडिसिन कर रहा है, वॉट एवर इट इज, the I mean cyber security should part and parcel of those areas. जब शॉर्टेज ऑफ रिसोर्स की बात थी उसमें भी उसकी आई थिंक ये पॉइंट्स होता था कि यूएसए में उन दिनों वो कहा करता था कि कमिंग ईयर्स में एक बड़ी शॉर्टेज होगी साइबर सिक्योरिटी की स्किल सेट की. तो आई डोंट थिंक कि डॉक्टर साहब की इस उसके बाद मेरा कुछ बच जाता है. लेकिन मैं आपको पाकिस्तान का एक जो हमारी फाइनेंशियल सेक्टर है उसके बारे में थोड़ी सी बता दूं. पाकिस्तान में एक जमाने तक कन्वेंशनल बैंक थे टिल 90 टिल 2000. जैसे कि फाइनेंशियल इंक्लूजन, एक्सेस टू फाइनेंस एक की सेंट्रल बैंकर्स गवर्नमेंट ऑफ पाकिस्तान का ऑब्जेक्टिव है. तो हमारा जो फाइनेंशियल इंक्लूजन अराउंड 18 to 20% था स्टेट बैंक की, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ पाकिस्तान की, बाकी बॉडीज की आई मीन बावजूद. 2007-2008 में स्टेट बैंक और सी गैप जो वर्ल्ड बैंक का सिस्टर कंसर्न है, कंसल्टेटिव ग्रुप टू असेस द पुअर, उनकी आपस में कोलैबोरेशन के साथ एक कंसेप्ट पेपर लॉन्च हुआ ब्रांचलेस बैंकिंग का. उस जमाने में नाइजीरिया और कीनिया के सफारी कॉम ये बड़े एग्जेम्पलीफाई किए जाते थे. 2008 में स्टेट बैंक ने ब्रांचलेस बैंकिंग प्रपोजिशन को आगे ले गया. एजेंट लेड बैंकिंग, Easy Pesa, I mean Jazz Cash, there are some of the examples are totaling to 14 entities, Omni or UBL as well, HBL Connect and other entities as well. लेकिन चीजें कुछ आगे नहीं बढ़ी और वर्ल्ड बैंक का जो फिंडेक्स की डेटाबेस है उसने तब भी कहा कि पाकिस्तान 23% पे है और वुमेन्स का तो बिल्कुल न होने के बराबर था. स्टेट बैंक ने 2014 में पीएसओस पीएसपीज का एक रूल्स लॉन्च किए. ओली सोली टेक्नोलॉजिकल फर्म थे, पेमेंट सिस्टम ऑपरेटर, पेमेंट सर्विस प्रोवाइडर्स. जो अवांजा आप देखते हैं, वन लिंक देखते हैं, निफ्ट देखते हैं, वीआरजी देखते हैं, इस टाइप की जितनी फर्म्स हैं, सेप पे जो एक एंटिटी आने वाली है 5-6 करीब, ये सारे पीएसओ पीएसपीज हैं हमारे पास. 2019 में स्टेट बैंक ने वॉलेट क्रिएटिंग एंटिटीज के लिए ईएमआईज का इलेक्ट्रॉनिक मनी इंस्टीट्यूट्स की आई मीन उनको लॉन्च किया. ऑब्जेक्टिव ताकि वॉलेट क्रिएट हो जाए, फिनटेक्स और स्टार्टअप इसमें आ जाए. कहने का मतलब ये था कि हमारी एक तरफ अगर फिनटेक्स की इनेबलमेंट हो रही है, उसी तरह से जो साइबर के कंट्रोल रिस्क मेजर्स हैं उसी तरफ बढ़ते जा रहे हैं, कम नहीं हो रहे हैं. स्टेट बैंक इज वेरी मच जी. अच्छा, इन ये जिस तरह से हमने पास में बात कर ली थी कि जनाब इंटरकनेक्शन एंड कम्प्लेक्सिटी ऑफ बैंकिंग एंड फाइनेंशियल सिस्टम्स and the massive adoption of technology has created new set of vulnerabilities. ये यूरोपियन सिस्टम का जिस कोई बोर्ड था उसी का है। द अटैकर्स बीट रॉग प्रोफेशनल, जिसे डॉक्टर साहब पहले कह चुके हैं, और हमारे बाकी स्टीम जो पैनलिस्ट हैं रूटर्स के, हमारे शुजा साहब ने बाकी ने हाईलाइट किए, एक्टिविस्ट हो या नेशन स्टेट हो, दे आर डायनामिक एंड एजाइल, दे आर डिफरेंट रीजंस फॉर टारगेटिंग द फाइनेंशियल सेक्टर। अब यहाँ पे एक हमारे पास स्लाइड है, ये आईएमएफ की है। इसमें ये कह रहे हैं कि फ्रॉम आई मीन 2004 से 2023 तक अराउंड 20,000 साइबर अटैक के इंसिडेंट हुए, मोस्टली फाइनेंशियल सेक्टर पे हुए। अराउंड $12 बिलियन के लॉस है। आईएमएफ का मैंने इसलिए लिया ताकि ऑथेंटिक सोर्स हो जाए हमारे पास। So, ladies and gentlemen, now let me share some insight we have gained at SBP in our banking, supervisory, and oversight function for financial market infrastructure. यहाँ पे डीसिप्स की बात आई थी कि एचपीएल डोमेस्टिकली सिस्टमिक इंपॉर्टेंट बैंक है, जिसके कुछ फिगर्स भी शेयर किए थे मेरे एंकर भाई ने। उसने कहा था कि एचपीएल के पास इस वक्त अराउंड मैं नोट भी कर लिया, 36 मिलियन कस्टमर्स हैं, यानी पाकिस्तान की जो मेजर चंक से अकाउंट्स का वो एचबीएल के पास है, और 20,000 एम्प्लॉयज हैं। इसी तरह से उसकी जो एक्सेस पॉइंट्स हैं पाकिस्तान के सारे इलाकों में हैं, उनकी इंटरनेट बैंकिंग, मोबाइल बैंकिंग सारे बाकी बैंकों की तरह भी है। तो दीज ऑल शो इंटरकनेक्शन जो हमारी ज्यादा बढ़ती जा रही है, दिस ऑल रिक्वायर्स कि स्टेट बैंक के जो पर्सपेक्टिव है सिस्टेमिकली इंपॉर्टेंट एंटिटीज का, ये असल में बेसिकली बीआईएस के प्रिंसिपल्स हैं, बैंक फॉर इंटरनेशनल सेटलमेंट। वो हमें हमारे लिए आज के दिन में वन लिंक की जो मिसाल देते हैं, तो वन लिंक वन ऑफ द की सिस्टेमिकली इंपॉर्टेंट पेमेंट सिस्टम। इसी तरह निफ्ट जो हमारी क्लियरिंग हाउस है, तो निफ्ट भी हमारा मेजर जो पेपर बेस्ड क्लियरिंग है उसके सिस्टेमिकली इंपॉर्टेंट पेमेंट्स, अल्दो कि स्टेट बैंक ने आज तक इनको डिजिग्नेट नहीं किया है, लेकिन जो वॉल्यूम्स और वैल्यूज के जो टर्नओवर है उसको देखा जाए, दे आर वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। God forbid, any point in time, any of the entities goes down, the disruptions there, they will be too much. So what we have saw that the financial service provider need to improve a lot in the area of cyber governance. We observe that too often financial service provider lack board approved cyber resilience strategies. Moreover, if there is a strategy, it is often not operationalized. And if it is operationalized, it is not monitored. मतलब है कि strategies not should be for the purposes of having the one developed every year basis और उसको किसी shelf पे रखने के लिए होते हैं. What state bank assessed in the financial sector mostly the strategies are made with the help of the consultants, but with the implementation monitoring है वो top level से न होने के बराबर होती है, sorry to say. उसमें बोर्ड्स की उनकी स्टॉप मैनेजमेंट की जो इन्वॉल्वमेंट है क्वार्टरली बेसिस पे, मंथली बेसिस एक रिव्यू मैकेनिज्म। इसमें मैं स्टेट बैंक की अगर स्ट्रेटजी की बात कर लूं तो स्टेट बैंक का जो प्रीवियस विजन था और अभी विजन 2028 है, उसका एक कंप्लीट मैकेनिज्म बना हुआ होता है कि हर मंथली बेस पे उसकी सारे जो टेक्निकल ऑब्जेक्टिव्स हैं उनका रिव्यू हो रहा होता है कि उसकी क्या प्रोग्रेस है। Second, one of the major weakness in terms of cyber governance of financial providers is capacity of the Infosec team. सारे हमारे इस टीम गेस्ट ने कहा, मैं इसको ज्यादा नहीं कहूंगा। स्पेशली जो ईएमआईज हैं, पीएसओज हैं, पीएसपीज हैं, बैंक्स हैं, एमएफबीज हैं, एक जो ब्रेन ड्रेन हो रही है, एक मेजर रीजन ये भी है। ऑल्सो आईटी आउटसोर्सिंग, सारे आईटी मेरे टीम गेस्ट ने इस पे कहा, IT outsourcing is increasing. I recall that in the decades of 90s or 20s, there were IT departments within the banks or the financial institutions. But there are departments, but mostly the jobs are assigned to a vendor. IT department is mostly for the purpose of coordination, interaction purposes, SLA, agreement banking. Even जो SLAs और agreements हैं, वो भी mostly vendor खुद ही document करके ला रहा होता है, third party. मैं वेंडर हूं, मैंने डॉक्यूमेंट करके ला लिया, बैंक ने उसमें विटनेस साइन कर दिया, अल्लाह अल्लाह खैर सल्लाह। We as regulatory entity, स्टेट बैंक always अपने emphasis करता है कि the regulatory entity should review the SLA agreement properly, roles and responsibility, turnaround time, penalizations, अगर turnaround time पे कुछ सर्विस प्रोवाइड नहीं की जा रही है, that should be there in the SLA agreement as well. That's the role, that is one of the major roles of the regulatory entities, but it is one of the lacking area. we've seen a dangerous lack of awareness. अच्छा, awareness का सबने mention किया, मैं आगे बढ़ूंगा. अच्छा, एक और जो डॉक्टर साहब की बात को मैं आगे बढ़ाऊंगा. Last but not least, we have time and again observed and stressed the financial service providers should put in place a dedicated, routinely rare cyber incident response plans. Rehearsal is also must for that as well. अब State Bank has recently launched Vision 2028. One of the key goals is build an innovative, inclusive digital financial services ecosystem. इसका जो tactical objective one of them, improve the resilience oversight of DFS ecosystem. This is not for the strategy purpose in central bank. It's followed up rigorously with the top competent authority governed state bank. Key activity क्या है? यानी key goal, tactical objective, the key activity, establishing framework to proactively monitor, detect, and respond to cyber security threats to protect critical digital infrastructure of the financial sector. जिस तरह डॉक्टर साहब ने बात की एनसर्ट की और रेगुलेटरी रिसर्च की, तो वी आर आल्सो कोलैबोरेटिंग विद द एनसर्ट टीम ऑन द रेगुलेटरी रिसर्च एज वेल. अच्छा, ये चीजें सारी डॉक्टर साहब की स्लाइड का पार्ट भी थी. जस्ट एक रिविजिटेड जो नेशनल लॉज एंड पॉलिसीज अवेलेबल है हमारे पास. इस इलेक्ट्रॉनिक ट्रांजैक्शन ऑर्डिनेंस 2002 का था. प्रिवेंशन पीका की बात यहाँ पे आई थी. नेशनल साइबर सिक्योरिटी पॉलिसी की बात आई. सर्ट के जो रूल्स हैं, पर्सनल डेटा प्रोटेक्शन बिल जो अभी ड्राफ्ट फॉर्म में है. उसके अलावा जो फाइनेंशियल सेक्टर स्टेट बैंक का एक्ट 1956 का है, पेमेंट सिस्टम इलेक्ट्रॉनिक फंड ट्रांसफर एक्ट 2007 का है. अच्छा, मेजॉरिटी ऑफ जो स्टेट बैंक का पाकिस्तान के हमारे पेमेंट सिस्टम रिलेटेड एक्ट्स हैं या रेगुलेशंस हैं, एक उन सब की रिव्यू भी हो रही है. चाहे वो पीएसओ पीएसपी के रूल्स हों, चाहे बाकी रूल्स हैं, उन सब की रिव्यू भी हो रही है. साइबर सिक्योरिटी में नेशनल सर, इसमें आगे बढ़ूंगा जी. अच्छा, ये रिसेंट पास्ट में स्टेट बैंक ने सिक्योरिटी के एरिया में अभी से काम शुरू नहीं की. जब गवर्नर डॉक्टर इशरत वाज द गवर्नर स्टेट बैंक अराउंड 2001, उन्हीं जमाने में स्टेट बैंक के गाइडलाइन ऑन द बीसीपी ऑन द सीजा that was not mandatory at that time, but they were good to him. So CISA's की और Chief Information Security Officer की requirement with the CISA qualification, that was done for the banks. Or I think in 20 plus years, man, the industry has come a long way. We want to appreciate the industry. They have come a long way in strengthening, in ordering their perimeters as well. And the collaboration interaction with us is very very great for us as well. We are connected with the industry, with all the banks, MFBs, PSOs, PSP through our WhatsApp channels on entity to entity basis. And in case any advisory comes up on government agency, or government body, or answer team from international, the subscribed thing, that we and their team comes up interaction at the soonest possible time. That's why in last 2 to 3 years time, what we are seeing that there's a lessening impact of the incidents which are happening in the financial sector as well. As Doctor mentioned, the ITU report that Pakistan's ranking on the cybersecurity, although that refers to 2020, but even then Pakistan is doing good thanks to people like you, all people esteemed, and our government of Pakistan's agencies and division departments as well. I don't want to take too much time because I want to say something on these. Some of the best internationally recognized standard जो हम follow करते हैं, NIST को follow करते हैं, लेकिन CIS का आज जो हमारे EBS के साहब ने बताया, वो हमारे लिए बड़ी अच्छी information knowledge है. BIS को फॉलो कर दे, बैंक फॉर इंटरनेशनल सेटलमेंट जो जेनेवा स्विट्जरलैंड बेस्ड है, सेंट्रल बैंक फॉर सेंट्रल बैंक, उनको जो प्रिंसिपल्स ऑफ फाइनेंशियल मार्केट इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर्स हैं उनको हम देखते हैं. स्पेशली सिस्टेमिकली इंपॉर्टेंट पेमेंट सिस्टम्स के लिए जो PFMI प्रिंसिपल्स हैं, 24 प्रिंसिपल्स हैं. 24 में से जो 18 प्रिंसिपल्स हैं, दे आर एप्लीकेबल टू दी सिस्टेमिकली इंपॉर्टेंट पेमेंट सिस्टम्स लाइक वन लिंक, लाइक नेफ्ट, जिनको अपने डिजिग्नेट करना पड़ेगा. व्हाट डिजिग्नेट मीन स्टेट बैंक के सुपरवाइजरी जो एक्ट है वो फर्दर स्ट्रेंथन हो जाएगी, उसकी फ्रीक्वेंसी बढ़ जाएगी, स्टेट बैंक की ऑन साइड ऑफ साइड का रिव्यू इंटरेक्शन बढ़ जाएगा उस एंटिटी के साथ, उसके बोर्ड के साथ. जो हमारे इंटरप्राइज टेक्नोलॉजी गवर्नेंस का फ्रेमवर्क है, उसके जो की हमारे जो की पार्ट से ये इसको हमने लॉन्च किया था 2000 इसको लॉन्च की थी 2017 में बैंकिंग पॉलिसी रेगुलेशन डिपार्टमेंट ने विद द कोलैबोरेशन कोऑर्डिनेशन ऑफ द इंडस्ट्री। टेक्नोलॉजी गवर्नेंस पे बात करता है, साइबर सिक्योरिटी की डिटेल उसमें इंस्ट्रक्शंस हैं, सर्विस डिलीवरी एंड ऑपरेटर्स मैनेजमेंट, एक्विजिशन, इम्प्लीमेंटेशन आईडी सिस्टम्स, बिजनेस कंटिन्यूटी, डिजास्टर रिकवरी एंड आईटी ऑडिट, ये सारी चीजें उसके की पार्ट्स है। इसी तरह साइबर का जो फ्रेमवर्क है उसकी भी स्टेट बैंक ने डिटेल में उसके पार्ट्स उसमें मेंशन किए हुए हैं, और इंडस्ट्री has developed the strategies on those lines as well, majority of them. उसके अलावा जो आपने देखा था कि एक मोबाइल ऐप सिक्योरिटी हमारा फ्रेमवर्क था, ये हमने आईटीओ के साथ मिलकर बनाया था, इंटरनेशनल टेलीकम्युनिकेशन यूनियन, जिसमें जितने कंट्रोल्स हैं, मेनली जो हमारे मोबाइल ऐप सिक्योरिटी फ्रेमवर्क है, टू दिस पॉइंट इन टाइम पाकिस्तान में अराउंड 27 जो बैंक्स हैं उनकी मोबाइल ऐप्स लॉन्च किए, और मेनली आज के दिन में मैं और आप जितने भी लोग हैं मोबाइल ऐप्स को यूज करते हैं, तो उनकी सिक्योरिटी कंट्रोल को स्ट्रेंथन करना, उसको ये हमारा मेजर एक ऑब्जेक्टिव था। In conclusion, one can say that cybersecurity is not an IT issue, it is a business imperative. The measures we are undertaking at SBP reflect our commitment to safeguarding the integrity and trust in our financial system. We are dedicated to continuously improving our practices by learning from global best practices and fostering international collaborations. I thus request all our stakeholders to continue their collaboration and adherence to best practice, as together we can build a resilient financial sector capable of withstanding the evolving cyber threat landscape. बस जो concluding remark होगा वही होगा कि silos should be broken. Who can break the people like doctors up? Yeah, who can break the key government functions? They can break the silos amongst the entities. They all, start collaborating. Then, inshallah, we will soon have a resilient infrastructure in place. Thank you very much, boss. Shukriya.
Shukriya, Shaukat Bazinjo Saab. I think it's very encouraging to realize that the State Bank of Pakistan is operating under a Vision 2028 strategy. और जिस तरह Bazinjo साहब ने कहा कि साइबर सिक्योरिटी की स्ट्रैटेजी है कि नहीं है, वो ऑपरेशनलाइज हो रही है कि नहीं है, और फिर वो मॉनिटर हो रही है कि नहीं हो रही है. These are the three aspects that Bazinjo Saab highlighted in his elaborate presentation. Now, this brings us to a close of the session where we had speakers come and talk about, experts come and talk about various aspects of cybersecurity. I'd now like to move on to the next phase of the morning, or the now close to the afternoon, of presenting mementos. And for this, I'd like to invite my friend and colleague, Mr. Hussain Hassan Ali, President, ISACA Karachi chapter and Managing Partner, Strategy Consulting, to come and announce the mementos for the morning. Hussain.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. It gives me immense pleasure to announce that this year at the Infosec conference, we are launching the Cybersecurity Awareness Leadership Award. And I am delighted to share that HBL is being honored with this award for the first time. HBL has been significantly contributing towards propagating cybersecurity awareness across industries, as well as promoting industry and academia engagement. HBL has been sponsoring key events such as the annual Infosec and cyber threat intelligence conferences for a number of years, and has been representing at such forums in a senior capacity, bringing in the right international perspective through industry partners as well as key stakeholders. To present this award, I would like to request Dr. Haider Abbas, DG National Cert, Government of Pakistan, to come on the stage. Thank you, Dr. Saab. I would also like to invite Mr. Shaukat Bizinjo, Additional Director, Digital Financial Services Group, State Bank of Pakistan, and Mr. Mohammad Zohaib Khan, Chairman Pasha, to join us in presenting this award. Faisal Bhai, please could you join us at the stage? यहाँ यहीं बुला रहा हूँ आ जाए फैसल भाई आपके बगैर दिस विल नॉट बी कंप्लीट I would like to call on stage Mr. Asif Ahmed Meenai, Chief Information Security Officer, HBL, to receive the award. Thank you very much, gentlemen. I would like to request Dr. Haider Abbas, DG National Sir, to please distribute the mementos to the speakers of the morning session and to the sponsors. Also, Faisal Bhai, could you please come? And member IT to please join us in front for the distribution of the mementos. First of all, we will announce the speakers of the morning session who delivered a fantastic talk and woke us up to the fact of all the threats and things that are happening in this front. Mohammad Zohaib Khan. Dr. Imran Batada. Mr. Faiz Ahmed Shuja. Mr. Ehrar Naqvi. Mr. Asif Ahmed Minai. Mr. Shaukat Bizinjo. Today's exclusive sponsor, HBL. As and now the gold sponsors, Comtel, Mr. Ashar Faisal Khan. Ashar Bhai, if you are here, or someone from Comtel. Infotel, Mr. Farhan. Force Point, Mohammad Shinawi. Reuters, Mr. Faiz Shuja. S2, Mr. Safdar. GBM, Mr. Hamad. And now the silver sponsors, Tech 6 Solutions, Mr. Zishan. Global Risk Compliance, Mr. Kamran Mir. Mr. Kamran Mir, or anyone from Global Risk Compliance. eBricks, Mr. Ehran Naqvi. Let's get eBricks first, and then G, Global Risk Compliance, Mr. Kamran Mir. Softech, Mr. Taha. Or anyone from Softech? Access Group, Mr. Nusrat. The Access Group, Nusrat Saab. And finally, Faisal Rahim, Faisal Bhai to present the memento to Dr. Haider Abbas. Thank you, everyone. We will now proceed for the tea break. And thank you, Faisal Bhai, for joining us here. Since we are running a bit behind, you're requested to kindly, return in 15 minutes. Please have tea and the refreshments quickly. Thank you.
ये कौन से आएगा? छः।
Try to listen, understanding और उनकी experience कैसे है, वो कैसे address कर रहे हैं इन issues को और किस तरह से लेके चल रहे हैं. I would like to welcome Mr. Qasim Shafiq. Qasim Shafiq is the head of cybersecurity at Jazz. Please welcome, give a round of applause for him. Guys, I need your attention. It's a new topic and I need your submission as well, please. Qasim sir, thank you. Second one, I have with me Mr. Zakaria. He's on the he's joining us on the Zoom. He's representing Palo Alto Security Company. Thank you, Zakaria. If you're listening me, kindly unko enable kar dein Zakaria ko.
Hello,
On the section.
I hear you. Can you hear me?
Third one, Mr. Kashiful Haq from Cisco, country manager, Pakistan, Cisco Systems. Kashif bhai, aa jaye. Hi, please, please. Third one, I would like to call upon Mr. Michael Meyer, Chief CTO, HBL. Fourth one, I would like to call upon Mr. Mohammed Shenawi, representing ForcePoint. Last but not least, Mr. Fahad Azam, CISO, Mizan Bank. इनसे पूछेंगे कि इस्लामिक तरीका क्या है क्लाउड ज्वाइन करने का. हाँ जी, प्लीज. थैंक यू. First question, thank you all. You are very open to tell us you can talk in Urdu, you can talk in any language. It's up to you guys. मैं free हूँ. आप उर्दू में भी बात कर सकते हैं, आप इंग्लिश में भी बात कर सकते हैं. But I'll, for the interest of the panel members, मैं कोशिश करूँगा कि हम ज़्यादा से उनसे input भी लें. First question for the panel. Is this new norm cloud a myth anymore? Guys, it's all of you. And now how cloud is impacting the risk landscape after the latest pitfall. Starting from you, Qasim Sahab.
आप क्या समझते हैं कि मतलब दिस इज अ myth, ये कहाँ लेके जा रहा है हमें, और हाउ इट्स इम्पैक्टिंग अस आफ्टर न्यू फैस्ट को?
Thank you, Jawad. It's a pleasure and honor to be here. In my point of view, cloud become a fundamental component of many digital businesses. There's no doubt in it. That's because of many benefits, starting from cost efficiency, scalability, and accessibility. This is spreading, its use is like spreading across multiple industries. However, I fully agree that it introduced many risks for the organization. And if we talk about a recent last week incident that's impacted many of the organization globally and disturbed their business because of some reason, I think that will be more fair once CrowdStrike give the formal RCA, whether there is a process mistake or some people aspect behind it, we should wait for that. But in my point of view, one thing is very clear that now together we have to focus on configuration management. That is really an important factor, a lesson learned that's cloud service providers and consumers both should work together and start doing more maturity and actual practices by adopting the configuration management related stuff so that we can avoid the misconfigurations in overall ecosystems, which can result similar type of incidents. So that is the main thing I extracted from this recent episode. So my focus and expectation from all the stakeholders in going forward, once we have this RCA, is focusing on configuration management in cloud environment.
Very rightly said, Qasim sir. Now, Kashif bhai, what's your take on that?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
So thank you, Jawad bhai. So my perspective is, like, cloud is not a myth. It's here. It's there. It has been here for a few years now. So Gartner says 92% of the organizations are using cloud in one form or another. Application landscape generally for all of our customers. Oh, sorry.
Thoda sa.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah,
Okay,
it's
thank you.
better.
So 92% of the organizations in the world are using cloud in one form or another. The second part of that is the application landscape for most of our customers and corporations are changing. So if something, when there is a lot of pressure on technology, and I'm sure Michael will add to it, the pressure is go to market, right? So go to market for most customers, when it used to be week, 10 days, months, has gone down to minutes and days. In saying, "Ke yaar, ye cheez we need to enable, we need to up and running for a customer, it needs to happen now." So cloud is going in the right direction. Obviously, at the end of the day, this will continue to grow.
Yes.
I think incidents, what has happened in last few days over the weekend, to be honest, I think it's not going to stop its success stories. It happens, right? The only difference is when you are using a cloud data center as big as Microsoft or Google, then it becomes more news and more visibility for our customers because the downtime multiplies.
Yes.
When there is one customer using in-house, the story stays to the in-house,
Yes.
right? I think if I talk from my experience, I think especially in security over last 10 years, a lot of companies were very small, very focused on security portfolio. They started growing from a numbers point of view and they became big.
Yes, we have
And-
it.
Exactly. So I think they need to focus on their processes, as he said, and they need to mature the organization at a fast pace because the customer requirements have drastically increased over the last couple of years. That's my thought on it.
Yes, thank you, Kashif bhai. Michael, it's up to you now. but Kashu said this incident going to happen. Cloud is there. It's much the bigger reality. Now what is your point of view? Oh, yeah, it's on cloud is a myth. Sell with the financial. Another question, but what's your opinion on that?
No, first of all, thank you for having me. Very glad to be here in Karachi. Yeah, clouds, I fully agree. It's unstoppable. It's unstoppable. And things like CrowdStrike, which was not a cloud event, it was a software failure, obviously a release pattern which has not been worked out. You see that we have to eliminate the single point of failures.
Yeah.
And if you make one mistake in the cloud, especially with the hyperscalers, Google, AWS, then you have an issue.
Yes.
And I would say even cloud is not only technology. Cloud is also not banking. Cloud is impacting the whole society. You know, all the Apple, the Google store is running on clouds. It's nothing else. You know, you just imagine when, you know, you want to download your photos again and the cloud is gone.
Yes.
That is, I think, where we need to think on. So cloud is in the deepest of our normal life right now. And it's enabling services for the customers, not only in banking, but in telcos, everywhere, convenient stuff, which you cannot have been dreamt of in the past because it's ubiquitous. You can use it everywhere, anytime. So it's crystal clear that cloud is something also in Pakistan is not to be neglected. What I would like to put in here as well is cloud is not only a data center.
Yes,
Cloud,
yes, yes.
I think we need to understand that cloud is also different kind of methodologies. I mean, we at HBL, we're very happy that we have now cloud engineers around. They're knowing what a container is. You know, a container is nothing which I need to ship my stuff from Germany to Pakistan.
Great.
It is a standard package of a software, and it's a completely different working than the old days, where you deployed whatever they call it, the code in one server and the other server and the next server. It's standardization. It's much more focused on quality assurance. Because you saw in this CrowdStrike, if they would have tested it properly, this would have been avoided. So cloud on the one side is data center, but it's also new ways of working. And I guess this is something we need to take into banking, into technology, into Pakistan a little bit more and learn from others.
Thank you, Michael. Mohammed, what's your take on that? Simple question.
So, cloud or no cloud?
Yeah.
It's a good question. Definitely, we are all today on the cloud as consumers. There are a lot of benefits. There are a lot of, I would say, setbacks on the cloud, but it's something that we cannot avoid. We are already there. So it's just a matter of learning from our mistakes and making sure that we enhance everything. If we compare quickly the benefits versus I would say, the bad side of the cloud, we will see that there are a lot of benefits. Coming from a technology vendor, I would say that it's accelerating our lifestyle right now.
Yes.
And we will not go back to the on-prem. There are still some constraints. There are still some, I would say, few things to be enhanced, but it's just a matter of time.
Yes, thank you. Fahad,
Thank you and Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Like everyone said, at the end of the day, cloud itself is a technology. And what I would say that it's somebody else's data center we are using. So it poses all those inherent risks which a normal technology possesses. So whenever we are adopting a cloud, and we have to adopt it, whether partial, complete, but it will be there. And people or organizations will be consuming those services, whether in form of software service, platform of service, infrastructure as service. So what we need to do our end, like previously it was mentioned, configuration management. I guess from our side, it's more of a supplier risk, which we have to have a oversight mechanism to ensure that the service provider, they have those controls in place. And such incidents which occurred last week around, those are managed in a more proper manner, because like rightly said, because their clientele was so high that it created that havoc and panic situation everywhere. If their clientele was little, this might have gone unnoticed as well. So
cloud will be there and we will have to live with it. And like any other risk, we have to like manage it. And that's the way forward.
Yeah, thank you, Fahad. This question, same question for Zakaria. Are you listening to us? If you highlight your thoughts to us.
Yeah, thank you, Jawad, for inviting me. And I wish I could be there in person, but I was on a business trip overlapping with this one. Sorry about that. Yeah, actually, if we go back to the COVID-19 time, we can say the transformation, digital transformation was accelerated due to COVID-19 hit. And of course, the digital transformation requires transformation to the cloud as well. And I can tell you it was one of the priorities of the CIOs. What is needed now? I think it already started to consider different strategies to distribute the risk and to have less risk. One of the things that we see and we expect to see more since this incident happened is to have multi-cloud strategy, including hybrid cloud, private applications and applications residing in the cloud at different vendors. But this time, I believe organizations, they need to be careful when distributing the risk, having silo solutions for controlling the applications and ensuring the security to ensure the business, or it may create a different problem. So in my opinion, consolidation, which was also one of the priorities of the CIOs at that time during COVID-19, consolidation will be more relevant to what is happening to avoid such situations.
Okay, thank you, Zakaria, for your wonderful insights. Now I'm leading towards the second question. It's a particular question for Michael and Fahad. For as being part of the financial fraternity, this is again a big question mark for us while embracing the cloud with inherent risks and stuff. How you feel as you from the IT background and Fahad is from the security background. I think, Michael, you would take the lead on that. My question would be, why a financial industry in Pakistan still reluctant for fully leveraging the potential of the cloud? Why is so? Or anyone can give the international perspective as well.
Well, that's a tricky question asking a German. I mean, first of all, I guess, the State Bank put out the cloud directive only recently. But it is a framework you can now work in. Second thing is, of course, banking is always a thing where people need to trust on. We have no hyperscaler yet in Pakistan. I think what we need to differentiate is between a public cloud, which is a hyperscaler, and a private cloud. And I think that is something, if you have a private cloud, that going back to what I said before, if you have the methodology to deploy on cloud, the engineering to deploy on cloud, and you have it in a colo data center or in your own premise, I think I'm curious what you say, but then of course the security risk is a little bit lower because you have it under your control. At the end of the day, it's a matter of trust. And if one of the big hyperscalers coming in, or maybe even State Bank builds its own Pakistan cloud with enhanced security and stuff like that, then the time comes. What we see actually from a technology perspective is that the new software is cloud. Yeah. It's not only cloud ready, everything what you develop is cloud native. It's very rare that you have just a pure old software piece. So if you want to leverage also on good other modern new digital products, you have to be cloud ready and cloud native. So I concur again. It's not a question of no go or go. We have to live with it and we have to make it in the interest of our clients as secure as possible. And of course, the big hyperscalers, they have another budget of defense mechanisms. I think AWS is spending $400 million a year just on DDoS protection. This is nothing which our banks can afford at all, even if we chip in both budgets together.
Yeah.
So this is an advantage potentially for the other guys. But look, in Europe, in US, in Singapore, there's all, even the governance services to the civilians are fully cloud-based.
Yeah.
And if they can do it, why cannot we do it in Pakistan? Huh?
Taking this note further, Fahad, what's your take with respect to our cybersecurity challenges but we are facing as a cybersecurity fraternity?
Well,
Financial industry.
yeah, and to add it up with the previous question as the major factor, like Michael said, it's a trust factor. Because there is a trust deficit where my data will be residing, what will be the controls. It's beyond your control, influence of control. You don't have influence over their infrastructure. All you can do it is through SLAs. So one aspect of the reluctance of adopting cloud is the trust factor and the proper SLAs with them. Second, like it is the positive of the cloud, but I see it as a negative as well. It's accessibility. You can access your cloud from anywhere, from any system, anywhere. So what are the controls for that? For instance, the infrastructure is controlled, firewalls are there, everything is there. But the end user credentials get compromised. So attackers can gain access to those things. What will be the control? The MFA, only one single layer of control. So it's accessibility, which is a benefit side, it's convenience, but it has a downside as well. So these are the few factors. The trust main thing, it's accessibility and accessibility to the attackers to gain the access, because if a misconfiguration on-prem is there, its probability of getting exploited is lesser than the one which is in cloud with a misconfiguration. Its probability of getting exploited is much higher. So these are few areas which like create reluctance in adopting cloud services. And the other aspect on the business side is identifying of the material workload, because it's very difficult what kind of data or what kind of services you will going to migrate on the cloud. There is a still they are not clear in the interpretation of what is material workload and what is not material workload.
Yeah, it's pretty much clear with respect to.
But in interpretation, within.
It's interpretation, yes. Now, second question, a particular question, the second wave of questions for the MSSP side. I would like to ask, as an SSP, Kashif bhai, question to go to Zakaria and Mohammed. How can you give customers the confidence? For me, you come to me, you said, buy this stack is on cloud. How much confidence you give to us that your investment while embracing cloud is safe? That we are going to have a safe investment while embracing cloud. How much cloud strengthen and give leverage to us? Kindly highlight the very particular questions from services side. Ji Kashmir.
Yeah, sure. Actually, when you move, yeah, the question is to me right now. Sorry.
Zakaria, please, you can please start.
Thank you. So the question is, who is responsible from the security? So if you move to the cloud as infrastructure, the cloud provider will secure, their data center for sure, and they have higher standard of security. But when it comes to your application residing in the cloud or your code development, it is your responsibility. So there is a shared responsibility here, and as for the customer, they need to make sure all the stages from code to the runtime, the application is secured. And what we see here is, again, some mistakes are repeated, like having different solutions for different security problems.
Thank you, Zakaria. I just like to have panelist opinion as well over here. Ji Kashif bhai, please, we need to seek your wisdom on that.
I don't know how much wisdom I have, but can you hear me now? Okay.
Yes, you're on.
I think MSSP model is working, right? I think the confidence and trust comes from how you have built it. So when you start thinking of people like Microsoft, Google's, Amazon, and others, was they have been built on very strong infrastructure. So you have to start build bottom up. So you have to give confidence to customers in saying my infrastructure works, my security works, other areas work, application is working. I think the more and more reliance that's growing on connectivity and security, I think if you are able to provide these two strongly and you are able to justify from a commercial as well as technical perspective, I think this is the way to go. You cannot avoid this. The biggest point was 2024 cloud market globally is $600 billion. So out of $600 billion, generally 10 to 15% is security. So we are looking at 60 to 80 billion dollars worldwide that's going to be spent on. It's a big number. And that big number is not going to come to you just because we are saying the number. You have to show your maturity of the cloud to tell the customer it is actually better to do this. I think while we look at this incident that has happened over the weekend in a bad manner, I think we also need to look at it from a positive manner as well, which is this incident, even though it was scaled differently, it actually gave a lot of messages to all the cloud provider in making sure their maturity of their business technology processes has to be there. Cloud, at the end of the day, the reliance is on a mature, good connectivity.
Okay.
No matter where you are.
Yes, pertinent point. Mohammed, what's your
I think the MSSP offering, it comes very aligned with the cloud. Because in the cloud, you are outsourcing few of the complication. In the MSSP, you are doing almost the same. And it's addressing actually a very important need for the skill. So we have a very big shortage in skill set. And MSSP is really addressing this. Now, if you look at a customer and how the customer is evaluating the offering, so moving from features to SLA, instead of evaluating what features I get in the product, I evaluate the SLA, then it comes very aligned with what MSSP can offer in this case.
Yeah, thank you. Qasim, same question as you are from the Jazz and apart from the telco service provider, but you are MSSP as well. What's your take on that?
Yes, couple of things I will say being a MSSP. First thing, be transparent with your customers. Whatever practicing you are doing, like related to access management, other stuff which is part of cybersecurity framework, and you are adopting different standards. So document and be a transparent communication with your customer. It gives them confidence that's what other side is doing and how they are making sure that they are a reliable partner. Second thing is that I think be committed to go on continuous improvement. That is also an important factor. We know that threat landscape is continuously evolving. There is a lot more techniques of attacking cloud environment is definitely coming. So when you show the commitment that you are investing on certain things like research and development to acquire all the upcoming or new technologies which are vital for protecting your cloud, then it is an indication for the customers that your service provider is taking care of all the things and they are rightly investing on future things, which actually giving them a confidence that they are in safe hands. So for my point of view, transparency and commitment for continuous improvement are two very important components to give this confidence to customers.
Thank you. With this, in the interest of time, I would like to thank all of my panelists. They are sharing their thoughts, they are sharing their experiences while they are giving us a confidence. Bhai cloud safe hai. So maybe it's from the cybersecurity background, with the financial industry, I really feel that now it's time to unleash the strength of cloud. With this note, thank you so very much, and thank you, Zakaria, for joining us on the short time. Salman sir, I just would like to have a group photo for the panelists as well. कोई आ जाए तो जरा please. Thank you, Ji. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Group photo, please.
Thank you, Jawad Bhai, and the panel for coming in and giving us great insights on the cloud journey. We got both the insights of the pro and against it. So I think it was a good discussion. Now, following that, I would like to call Muhammad Umair Siddiqui, who is a senior regional sales engineer for ForcePoint Meta. Umair.
Assalamu alaikum. I hope I'm audible. Good afternoon. I'm Muhammad Umair Siddiqui. I'm a senior sales engineer, ForcePoint Meta region. And today we will be covering data security everywhere. I know we have a short 15 minutes time frame, but I'll make sure that this 15 minutes, I'll not highlight the details of my product itself. We can always talk about the product, but we will be mostly covering the whole industry from the data security perspective itself. We will cover, if I may see, yeah. I'll be sharing 3 stories. These 3 stories are real stories. 2 of them happens to me, my experiences, and 1 of them happened in the Middle East sector. For obvious reason, will not share the customer name, but it's a public story as well. We will see the second part. We will see the cost of the data breaches, and that cost basically coming from a report by IBM. And there are some very, very interesting part in that report showing how costly the attack could be. When we are talking about attack, basically, a lot of time we are focusing on our attention from the malware perspective. But at the end of the day, what is the motive of the attackers? A lot of time they want to exfiltrate the data. And there is a cost associated with that. We will be covering that in our session. And we will take some key takeaways. There are some terminologies, MTTC, MTTI. And then we will be having like 5 minutes where we will share that what are the best practices that we see as a ForcePoint. Being a data security specialist in this domain, we'll cover that part as well, how we protect data at rest, how we protect data that is in motion. And finally, how can we reduce the timeline for something, the full cycle of the data exfiltration, how we can reduce the time frame itself. So that's the pretty much pack agenda. I know, again, we have to be on time, so we'll make sure that we are going through the details at a high level. So these are the 3 stories, email hoarder, the forgotten VM, and the data heist. 3 stories showing how easy is to take the data outside. The first story, basically, the email hoarder happens to me. There's something, yeah. Back in Pakistan, when I was working in Pakistan region, somewhere around 2008 or 9 time frame, working with a CIO for a textile industry. And coincidentally, I shared some email to that CIO, and I receive a bounce back message from a Gmail address. which was kind of weird. We raised it to the CIO. Investigation was done, and they find out that the person who was working in the exchange team, he created a forwarder where he was forwarding the emails of all executive board of director to his personal Gmail itself. For that person, the reason was there was no backup solution. So he was saying that I don't have any other ways. If management emails got missing, I have something that I'm backing it up on my personal email address itself. However, the management have a different perspective. They consider it as a catastrophic event where they considered all the bids that they lost is because of that particular incident itself. Again, the lesson learned was data leakage is very easy. It doesn't take a lot of efforts to leak the data outside. The second one is the forgotten VM. Something again happened somewhere around 2015-16. I was working in a red teaming with one of the consulting organization in Qatar. We find out a VM, unidentified VM, and that VM was having some of the crown jewels of the organization. Nobody identified that asset. The asset was running from last 2 years in the environment. And on the investigation, they find out that IT administrator, one of the IT administrator have a activity, and during his activity, he bypassed the processes, spin up a VM, back up the data, restore it to that machine, do his activity, and he forgot there is another machine in my environment having the same set of critical data. The data was there from 2 years. The IT administrator left the organization 1.5 years ago. And yeah, neglected system. So we don't know where the data is, especially everybody was talking about cloud. So this is the second story. The third one, data east under the radar. This is a famous bank. I'm sure if you guys Google it, people already knows about it as well. From the Middle East sector, I don't want to name it. The customer have all the technologies, firewall, IPS, web application, firewall, sandboxing technologies, and multiple layers of security itself. What attacker did, they use simple SQL queries, extract the full data outside, and they go to another level. They correlated that data with the social profile of those users. And those high profile users, they correlated it. And this is LinkedIn profile, this is Facebook profile, this is his account, this is his salary, and then publish it on pastebin.com. And some of them were government officials, some of them were working for classified organizations also. Again, the lesson learned here is advanced security. We are focusing too much on something. There are some more things. I will come back to the lesson learned again. I don't want to bore the audience with all the stories, but this is keep repeating. The Target, Capital One breach, Tesla, Dropbox, Facebook, and the story goes on and on. A lot of time, there is nothing related to malware. There's a file that is overshared, and people are able to copy paste it without any malware, taking the data outside, right beside all the security technologies that the customers are having itself. So this, I will conclude the first part of my session. What is the problem? The problem is the mentality that we are having. I get it. There were some exciting sessions done on the malware side, APT side, sandboxing side. People mentioned what controls we should put in. But only having the malware only mentality is something that is giving the data context is missing big time. Firewall can protect you, sandboxing can protect you from malware, EDR, XDR, or whatever technology terminologies you use it. They are focused on making sure preventing malware itself. So at its best, organizations are preventing malware. But if you don't understand the context of the data, where the data is residing, what vulnerabilities my data is having, who have the permission to my data itself, where my data is stored, where is the data sovereignty. So we are missing a big piece of the chunk in the whole story itself. So that is one part of it. The second part of my session basically is focusing on a study done by IBM. By all means, go to this link, download that report, 73-page report, very good report itself. And they have some great findings. This includes 16 countries, including from our region, India, Saudi Arabia, and UAE was part of that study as well. So they see the data exfiltration from different customers, and they try to find a lot of things. And there are some staggering figures that I'll be sharing part of it as a lesson learned for us itself. The first thing, the cost of the malware or the cost of the data exfiltration, to be put in a precise term, is 4.4 million across the globe. For India, for example, it was somewhere around $2 million, which is still, which shows this is a serious business. Pakistan, I would assume, should be ballpark somewhere around similar itself. They find out the second key finding was if the attackers are involved, internal users are involved, these are the costliest attack that they are having. The third thing is the shorter the breach cycle is, the least the cost the customer will have to pay for it. And the fourth part of it, when the attacker disclosed a breach, it took them $1 million more to contain that threat itself. So these are the key findings from that report. Something which caught my attention, and I'm sure you guys will be surprised for this MTTI and MTTC, where they are saying that mean time to identify an attack, mean time to identify a data exfiltration itself is 204 days. This is a joke. I mean, 200 is you're talking months. And then mean time to contain the attack, what IBM found was 73 days. So if we calculate the total mean time, it's somewhere around 277 days plus minus itself. However, when we are talking about it from the other side, from the attacker side, the timeline to get the data outside is reducing big time. There is a study done by Palo Alto, and they find out that 2 years before, it takes 9 days to exfiltrate the data from initial compromise to exfiltrate data itself. In last 2 years, now in 2023, they do the research again, and they find out it's taking 2 days from initial compromise to take the data outside. Similarly, the DBIR, Verizon famous report, they find out that it takes 60 seconds, only 60 seconds, matter of 60 seconds, that user falls into a phishing email for initial compromise. So the reason I'm showing these timeline is to show the gap, whereas somewhere we are talking about days, weeks, or months for the data protection when we are detecting the incident, versus something we are spending, attacker needs just hours, days to take the data outside itself. So this gap is huge, and we as an industry need to come up with a better mentality. And again, not only the malware only mentality, but add the data context to the whole data security program itself. This is, I think, a good way to explain how ForcePoint is handling that part itself. From ForcePoint perspective, we say data security everywhere, wherever the users are, wherever the data is, be the users working from home, working from office, working from a coffee shop, the data is stored in cloud, on-prem, or anywhere in the world. This interaction should be secure, not only from the malware side. I get it. We have technologies like CDR, web security, proxy, RBI, and threat intelligence. All of them are there. But more importantly, or equally important thing, is the data security. We understand the context of the data to secure the data itself. How do we do that? Basically, from the data security side, we have a cycle of 5 steps where we discover, we classify the data, we prioritize the data, we prevent malwares, we prevent the data exfiltration, and then finally we have the monitoring piece of it. If you see, there are 3 solutions mentioned: DSPM, DLP, risk adaptive protection, but that is part of the full security. What we are doing is we are building a data security boundaries using using these technologies itself. So the first part, DSPM, again, we have a few minutes left, so I will just briefly summarize the concept of DSPM itself. We are making sure that your data at rest is secure. We connect to all data repository, you have it, be it on-prem. And I see Kashif Saab and the other people were talking about the cloud adoption, and we were talking about data cloud is there. So we make sure that we are scanning the data on-prem, cloud, Office 365, be it SharePoint Online. We scan those data and we do 4 things there. We identify the context of that data. What is the salary information or what? Understanding the context is important. We categorize that data, whether this is PII data or PCI data itself. Then something that we are solving the biggest challenge in the industry is the classification of the data. So currently, the way the controls that we have it is to have some sort of data classification where user, when they are creating the data, they are classifying the files itself. But there is 90% of data which is existing. How to classify those data? That we are doing it automatically, leveraging the power of artificial intelligence. We classify the files automatically for you. And then we profile the data, redundant, obsolete file, similar file. I can ask the system, SharePoint Online, go check it out where the file permission is for everybody and the file is classified as sensitive. Bring from SharePoint Online all these data that you have it. Build a report for me. Build the report if my data is, for example, in US geography itself. For any reason, there might be reason because the similar data laws will be applied there. So this is what we do as part of data security. We don't have enough time to talk the algorithm that we use, but something we called it SLM, short language module, which is different than ChatGPT use LLM, large language module itself. We are focus AI to classify the file, to understand the context of the file, and we do scanning at a very fast, rapid rate, 1 million file per hour per repository itself. So this is what we do at the first stage itself, build this dashboard. And here we are making sure that your data, while it is at rest, is protected against against excessive file permission, against the data vulnerabilities that we are having. Once we make sure that data at rest, then DLP comes into the picture for the real incidents itself. This is our flagship product. We ensure that from endpoint to email to network to web channel, anything going outside, we are making sure that we are checking it. We know the context of the data. If somebody is taking the sensitive file outside, our system will be there to protect you itself. The final piece, again, we have a few seconds left. I will just skip that part. The last part is risk adaptive protection. And this is something to do with reducing the attack surface timeline. The industry is talking about IOCs, indicator of compromise, versus what Forcepoint is using is called indicator of behavior, understanding the behavior associated with the data loss. We build that part of our product is a part of the DLP solution, where the DLP policy is knowing the risk of the users. We are covering it. We are making sure that DLP policy is taking risk into the consideration while applying DLP policy. So again, I think we are here. We have a counter here. My time is finished here, but we are outside sitting. If you want to see more details, we are more than happy. Forcepoint is a focus data security vendor. We are in the market from a very long time. So we are more than happy to discuss any requirements you have. If you want any discussions related to data security, our team will be here itself. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, Umar. Very nice talk. I think data security is a very, very critical point, and information security or the today's session has its own value for everybody to learn from you. Thank you very much. So now I would like to call Mr. Hamad bin Nasir, who is the Business Unit Manager for Security Solutions, GVM. Mr. Hamad. Is Hamad around?
Yeah, getting ready.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Ah, okay. I didn't see you.
You have the clicker?
Welcome, Hamad.
Thank you. Sorry? Yes, I can understand. Assalamu alaikum ji. Good afternoon. I know it's been a long morning and a strenuous afternoon, so I'll keep it short and sweet. There's a lot of repetitions are going to be here, so I will not. I'll skip the repetitive part. This is just my name. The agenda is going to be slightly different in the sense that what we have been listing in the morning is the issues at hand. So what I'm going to talk about, the solution that we can get. What I'm going to talk about, given this agenda, is that yes, technology is important, and of course it's always there, but the importance of the usage of technology is very important, because any technology, unless it's used properly, will have no effect. So artificial intelligence or any such technology is good, but the human element has to be there. So we can't discount that element, and we need to reinforce that element. So when we say discount, not discounting, we talk about the processes. So what we're going to talk about is that, yes, use technology, but focus on your process as well. There's something about this security landscape. You already had these numbers. Some are saying 4, some are saying 3, but the one thing is for sure that we have an issue at hand, and that issue is immense. So be it numbers, be it number of hours that we spend in terms of compliance, the fatigue that we have, but the issue is present. Okay, now the main issues that we feel in when we talk about data security is that since the issue is so immense, the data is omnipresent in the on-prem, cloud, endpoints, you do not have an idea where to start. So the writer's block, as they call it, is very, very, very typical when you talk about data security. And if you know where to start, the data that you have is to a certain level that you have alerts, but you do not know which alert is relevant and which needs to be discarded. And only once you go through a process of evaluation, you find out that this is a false alert or this is an active alert. And another issue that we have, since yes, the industry is old, but it is growing. So in a typical organization, we have CIOs, CISOs, CDOs, a lot of C-level people. But the issue is the ownership of data still is thrown around from one person to the other. So once you have an issue, then you have very few people who can stand up and say, yes, I am the owner. And yes, we have compliance, but not all the time compliance. That means if you have a compliant process, you secure. So the tendency is to tick a box that, yes, you're compliant, you have that in place, but if you're secure, you don't know, unless you come to the moment of truth. And the important part where security in terms of technology is not important, the human element, the automation, the processes, they're not automated. They're more or less manual. This has been talked about in the most recent slide, so I'll not divulge. What I'm going to say is that this is a fundamental loop where every security practice needs to go. So you need to go through a traditional of discovery. You need to go through an issue of protection, analyze, response, and comply. So that's a typical loop, recursive loop they need to go. You can have, but what's more important is that in this loop, as they say about in software development, that the more time you spend in designing means less time that you spend in defects. So the more time that you have and the more intelligent processes you have in discovery is going to pay you in a long way, because discovery, as we'll talk about in the coming slide, is that finding out where the data resides is not important. Classifying is very important. You need to know what and where and why. If you do not know that, then any process, any security that you have deployed, any technology using is going to be, if not useless, is going to be not effective, so to speak. Now we're going to talk about technology, and since my main topic is artificial intelligence, how this happens, how this helps us. And if I might say that in terms of discovery, it is most and very, very helpful and efficient. It sort of gives you a very accurate inventory. Not only accurate inventory, it gives you with knowledge. So you have a piece of data, but you also know what it does and how important it is to you and the company. And it is going to, of course, once you have that information, it's give you a better ROI. And it is platform agnostic in terms of on-prem, cloud, endpoint, so it can go anywhere. And once you have that in place, you have a heat map of data, which is in terms of its sensitivity, in terms of importance. You know where your crown jewels are. You know what to protect, what is the cost you're going to incur, because you have to be, every company runs on a budget. So you have to be careful what you spend and on what you spend. And of course, as it's in terms of it's a no-brainer that it is efficient because it is intelligent. Protection. Now, keep in mind that you have a data which is enriched, and now you're taking it to the next step of process of cycle to protection. So once you have intelligent data, visibility improves. Once your visibility improves, your control on it improves automatically. And most importantly, you do not go run around like rabbits. So you have intelligent data, you have fine-grained data, you have relevant data, and you know what to do about it. And you can have a focused and very targeted sort of protection. Now, it's all linked. Since it's a cycle, you have intelligent data, you have fine-grained. Now, once you go to protection, you are talking about intelligent decisions. I want to focus on one item which is very relevant, because outlier mining. Once you have this data, you can do behavior analysis of the people who will be using that data. For example, you have a person who every day comes in and does a query on a database, any query. That behavior is logged. Once that person goes out of the behavior, it is mined as an outlier. So you immediately know, and it's not necessarily that it is an alert. It might not be an alert, but it is something which is an outlier. So it gives you something to think about. I talk about behavior analysis, integrated approach, because since you are aware of whatever you have, it is more integrated, and it is allowing you to be proactive, active threat analysis. You are not sitting around and waiting for things to happen. You are proactive. Proactive, so you have enhanced investigation. So since you have enriched data, fine-grained data, you have a processed information, the investigation is going to be targeted. It's not going to be a haphazard, number of hours going to be less, and the response is going to be very quicker. You're going to be able to maybe, if not stop it, but you can mitigate the bad effects of that alert or whatever happens. And most importantly, the actions are going to be pinpoint. It's going to be targeted. And of course, this targeted integration is already mentioned. Now, this is something which is, this part till response, we are talking about the technology. Now, when you go to comply, we talk about the processes, the human elements, the out-of-box templates. We have in our solution or in this process, we have templates. Maybe if you are working on a PCI DSS compliance, the template is there. You can use that template to log information, to document things. It reduces the effort. And you have workflows which are compatible to your issues. So relevant workflows. You have, as I mentioned in the third slide, that a lot of time is spent on compliance and audit response. You have artifacts that we can give immediately to your audit team. So the amount of time spent responding to your audit and compliance are less. And of course, by virtue of all of these steps, the manual hours are reduced. Okay, now we have done what we've done by this process. We have formulated a framework. We have what we have done is we have beautifully identified, or we'd use technology with process. So what becomes is a framework. Framework which has classified data and cataloged. So now you have two ways to go about it. You can sort of, of course, this is the framework we're talking about, where you're going in a loop. You can go to DSPM, which already talked about my colleague who came before me, so I'm not going to spend time on this. But just to mention that this is a new thing that's come up, but it can be a very sort of a very qualified way of going about things in security. Because what you've done is that you've classified information. So once you have classified information, the responses and the security posture is very intelligent. The other option is that you go into privacy data management. So once you have all the privacy principle in place, because you have the information which is enriched, you know which data has privacy information attached to it, which is more private, which is less private. So you can have an operations which is surrounded by that principles. Now, to top it off, this is a solution we talk about. I've already talked about the whole process and technology, but this is what it comes down to as a sort of a giveaway to our customers. If you see, the lower layer is talking about the sources. The upper layers is what we can do on them. You can do need analysis, data activity, vulnerability analysis, and you can talk about any gaps that you might have in your data. Even if it's protected, you might have some gaps, so you can evaluate those. And once you have that, the result is that you have a data graphs, which is automatically available, readily available. You have automated remediations, which is process that you have, and you have orchestrated response, because what you have is something which is automated in the sense that you have a process which is done automatically. So that's basically it. So I'm just going to summarize is that our solution is talking about technology with the process. So it's going to be intelligent, but targeted. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hamad. Very nice few that you've shared your insights. Next, we have a fireside chat. I would like to call upon Mr. Ashraf Faisal Khan, who is the CEO of Comtel, and Mr. Mohammad Ali Manzar, who is the CISO of Bank of Punjab. So kindly please come on the stage.
You want this? सेंटर यूज कर ले ताकि वो कोई भी ये दूसरा ठीक
Right, so you guys are ready now?
Yeah, it's working now.
Yeah.
Asanguli.
Walaikum salam. Alhamdulillah. आप बताइए.
So before we get into the questions, can you just tell us a little about yourself, what you have been doing, why you're in security, and how's your journey like?
Well, my name is Mohammad Ali Manzar. I am in my city. I belong to Karachi. I've been working in the field of cybersecurity for more than 15 years now. Now, currently, I'm serving Bank of Punjab in the capacity of CISO.
So why did you join the security field?
बचपन से शौक था.
So that's a
yeah. So because it was in mid-aughties, mid-zeros when I realized that I'm not going to continue programming. I'm basically a software engineer.
Okay.
So when I ventured out, I thought that this area suits my skill set,
Okay.
the way I think, the way I analyze things. So I decided to go for it.
Perfect. So coming back to the topic, what is API security? If you can just give us a brief high level, because we have a lot of people sitting here. So what do you mean by API security?
Yeah. First, I would like to discuss why APIs are so important
Okay.
in today's world. And the very title of our discussion is API security in the area of digitization, I believe. So when we say digitization is happening, it means that organizations are now moving their businesses online. And as we are living in the post-pandemic era, and so digitization was already on the horizon. The pandemic actually expedited it. And there were many organizations who were forced to move their businesses online. So what we have been doing, we have been shopping online. We have been consulting with doctors online. We are tutoring online. And there are many people online seeing this. So all this is happening on the back of APIs. APIs are the backbone of this enablement. So there are bigger organizations who want to grab an opportunity, but they are like big ships who take their time to change their course. So there are many niche players who have devised a product and they want to collaborate. They can collaborate with the help of APIs. For instance, banks, if they want to offer a service and to render a service or extend their service, they can collaborate with fintechs in agri-tech or in edutech. So that's why API becomes more important. And to your primary question, so when we say that APIs are more important, so its security also becomes very important. So API security means that there is a functionality and at the edge of it, there is an API being talked. So you need to answer these questions that whether the call being made to API is authorized, whatever data a caller is accessing, it should be accessing. Whatever functionality it's exposing, it should be exposing. So API security answers all of these questions.
Okay. So you mentioned that there's a lot of potential for APIs in like e-commerce and stuff like that.
Yes.
When it comes to financial sector, do you think APIs are coming more often now with the banks? Because initially what I recall is there was no APIs being offered by the banks to the consumers or their partners before.
Whether they offer it or not, I mean, you order a biryani from your favorite food app. What happens? You trigger a set of events of API calls. So that call goes to a cloud service. And that cloud service then calls the restaurant. And that, if you've embedded your card, goes to payment processor, then your bank, then the delivery service. So your one call is triggering this set of API calls where banks also have a role to play, right? So even if they are not offering a direct API, they are part of this API ecosystem where cloud native systems, you make one call and the rest of the calls are being done by software. So they are software talking to softwares, systems talking to software, systems talking to systems. Not every call is done by human. So I hope I answered that question.
So when it comes to API and organizations are exposing their APIs that want other organizations to use their API for a lot of functionality. So in terms of security, if you want to build security on top of it, so what are the top 2-3 strategies one organization needs to look at in terms of setting it up or some solutions? What are we looking at?
Yeah, so there is no one strategy, as we say, there's no one strategy for ideal for every organization. So every organization has its own DNA. I mean, you can ask what is the good strategy for endpoint security. So every organization would have a different one.
Yeah.
What could be a strategy for security operations? It would be different. So similar is the case with API, but there are a few things that we need to consider. There are tools and technologies available that now when you are making an API call inside or outside the organization, you can monitor them. But I think if we look at the modern day threats of API, top among them is the authorization level security, and which actually you need to shift left in order to address that. So it is the job of the programmers in most of the cases to make that API more secure so that it only entertains those requests which are authorized to access the data it is providing. So a two-pronged strategy, close to code, that's your DevSecOps should be enabled to fix the vulnerabilities within the API, and the tools and technology stack which is there.
So you mentioned development is a key a reinforcement and strategy when it comes to API security. So as a developer, because what I mean, dealing in security, we feel like the developers are not that much worse with the security aspect. So how are customers solving that problem? Because if you're developing a product, you're doing API, exposing your APIs, how can you work with your developers in terms of putting that knowledge base to them? And how do we solve that problem, especially for the companies who are developing it itself?
Yeah, so developers should know, firstly, that this is a clear and present danger. They should know what are the types of attacks and how they can address it. And one of the things that you do, if you follow the software development life cycle, so during the design and code phase, they should have a role-based access control defined, even for the APIs. The first thing they need to do that they should remove the vulnerabilities from the stack. Like they should not be using those libraries which are known for being rogue and malicious. The secondly, when they are about to go live, they should do some testing on their own. They should answer a few questions. We know a phenomenon called fuzzing, where we input a set of random data to see if the application is robust enough. They need to do that. In addition to that, they need to input and check all the parameters with all valid credentials. For instance, there are 3 roles in an API environment or the application it is extending: a user, a super user, and an admin. They should test all the possible scenarios, whether a super user can get the access of admin, it can access those functionalities which are only confined to the super user. So developers should know what the threats are, and they should address them, like we expect them to do that in web application programming. And there are tools in the DevSecOps and CI and CD pipeline as well, like we have SAST for application programming, which also support developers to know if the code they are writing or designing, the way they are designing an API conforms to the requirements or not.
Interesting. So let's talk about the global trends. When it comes to API security, where do you think the global shift is? Where do you think a customer who is exposing APIs, what have they implemented? Where they are in this journey? And then we'll come back to the how we are over here. So what are the global trends when it comes to API security?
Only a few days ago, I was going through this report, and I'll throw some stats. So 80% of the web traffic consists of APIs. 80% of them. As we mentioned that one human call can result in multiple endpoints of APIs. So APIs have become a wider or larger attack surface. Gartner predicted, I think it was 2023 or 2022, that API are going to be the largest attack vector in that year. And they were not absolutely correct, but they identified the trend correctly. So today, when we see maybe API is not the topmost attack vector, maybe the top one is business email compromise, the phishing, the insecure configuration, and we have lately witnessed third-party and supply chain attacks coming to the fore. But I think API security is somewhere number 5 to number 6, and it is happening globally. We have seen some of the incidents globally as well, and in Pakistan as well.
So are they following any framework for API security? Is there a framework which people follow around it?
There are a few frameworks which people can follow. NIST has offered one, GDPR have their own regulations. State Bank has actually asked State Bank of Pakistan last year to monitor the APIs for every bank. So there are a few frameworks which actually ask you to properly secure the APIs, and they have stated their requirements.
So coming to where we are in Pakistan, where do you think we are as customers, especially you work in the financial sector, right? So where do you think we are, and what needs to be done to actually improve on that altogether?
Yeah, so I think we are mature in we are getting mature in some of the other areas, and that makes API a low-hanging fruit for attackers, right? So attackers always choose a low resistance path. We have our networks parameter covered. We have now WAF deployed in every bank. We have now have EDR deployed in every bank. So APIs are at the edge of our compute. Although banks do not have cloud native, most of them do not have cloud native applications. We actually integrate with several APIs. Even our small app that we offer, it has scores of endpoints if you talk about API. So it need to be protected. They need to be protected.
So you, as working in your bank, what have you done in order for API security till date?
We are trying to doing. We have a target state in mind, and it's in mind. So one of the first thing that we need to do is to discover all the APIs, north, south, east, west, because governance has been an issue. There are many APIs which developers made to serve other APIs. Like if they are API centric architecture or microservice architecture, they are following. So we need to discover them first. So our WAF has actually a component which monitors north-south traffic, but it's not easy for us to put them in a preventive mode, because as I shared, that most of the attacks are happening in a business logic way, and most of the authorization attacks masquerade themselves as legitimate requests for APIs. So it's not easy. So we need to tune the WAF and the other components as well to learn on the basis of machine learning that what is the normal routine API traffic for this stack. And if there is an aberration, they can raise an alert.
So do you think we're going to see one position in organogram for an API resource in banks in future? Will be focused to actually collaborate the development team and the Infosec team?
Yeah, so there is a lack of knowledge, lack of a skill set, not only on the developer side, but on the security side as well. We also need to understand what API threats are. Of course, it could be part of the application security team, or we can have resources who actually sit with to make DevOps a proper DevSecOps.
Perfect. So we can have some questions from the audience. We have a couple of more minutes in the session. So if there are any questions, someone can raise their hand and someone can take the mic to them. And I think you were brilliant in explaining everything, because no one wants to ask you any question, right?
Or we can ask a question and give a prize. Maybe your phone. Ek sawal pe iPhone. Chalo.
Absolutely. So Ali, thank you very much for the insightful information. It was pleasure always to
Thank
meet
you for
and
giving me
going
the
through this
opportunity. You have been a great host. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ali.
Thank you very much, Ashar Bhai and Manzar. It was a nice discussion, or I think APIs की जहाँ तक बात हो रही है, so I think it's a world of integration, and without APIs we'll not be able to live or survive or what we are trying to offer to the world. So thank you very much for your insights. I think the next session that we have is I would like to call Umar Naggar, who is from Logarithm. He's a principal consultant for Logarithm. Umar. Yalla Habibi, fast. Is Umar around? Shall we swap the session? Hussain Sahab, are you ready if we swap in? So I would just like to do that. So we'll switch up, let Umar come, and then by the time he comes in, I would like to welcome Mr. Hussain Hassan Ali. He's a well-known veteran in a cybersecurity space, so no introductions for him. He has just started a company called Strategy, right? Yeah, Strategy. So please come on stage. And I would also like to welcome Miss Simi Akhtar, who is the CEO of Engro Powergen Kadirpur Limited. Please welcome them.
Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum, everyone, and good afternoon. Yes, good afternoon. I'm glad it's a bit cooler now. To lead this very important discussion on modern cyber warfare, the AI factor, I'm delighted that we have, our co-moderator, Simi, over here. So I'd like to call our expert panelists, our cybersecurity experts over here, Mohammed Maad. So as you can see, the illustrious people over here. Maad is an old, a very, very, not old, he's not old, but a very long time friend, if you put it that way. CISO of Faisal Bank. Mehzad Seher, Group Head, Infosec, Ingrocorp. Of course, these are all friends from a long time, and I've been learning from all of them. So Mehzad Seher, Group Head, Infosec, Ingrocorp. Murtaza Lightwala, General Manager, Cybersecurity, K Electric. Murtaza Bhai has been conducting so many trainings with us at the ISACA platform. Syed Abdul Qadir, nobody is here who doesn't know him, but he's the Executive Director, Technology and Cybersecurity Risk at PwC. Arif Rahman, General Manager and Senior Business Information Security Risk, a very old friend and ex-colleague of mine. Unfortunately, Munav Bhai has been unwell and is unable to join us today, but inshallah, we'll have a great discussion. Thank you, everyone. So in today's interconnected world, the threat of cyber warfare looms larger than ever, and we have seen that happen in various ways. As our dependence on digital technologies grows, so does the vulnerability of our systems to sophisticated cyber attacks. Unfortunately, as we saw recently, sometimes we don't need a hacker to bring us down, but more about that. But the landscape of cyber warfare is evolving rapidly with a new factor entering the equation: artificial intelligence.
Thank you, Sen. So I'll just second what you just mentioned in terms of AI being the new kind of factor into the cyber warfare. If we look at some statistics, enterprise usage of AI skyrocketed by about 595% between April 23 and January 24. So it's a huge surge in how enterprises are leveraging AI to run their business. But equally, if we look at it, AI has opened up doors for attackers to have cyber attacks with much more sophistication and at much larger scale with uncanny speed and accuracy. And this is where it becomes really important for us to understand how AI is changing the landscape of cyber warfare. So let's kick off the session. And my first question is directed to Mehzad. So Mehzad, my question would be, how do you see, what are the new trends you're seeing in how AI powered cyber attacks are happening? And what are some of the latest trends that we see in this space?
Thank you, Simi. So as you said, AI is evolving
in a positive way or also in a negative way. Companies, corporate people at their own capacity, they are utilizing all possible good features of AI. But however, threat perspective, it's learning on a daily basis, on incident basis. So yesterday or last weekend, I was just worried. Something came in the name of even a typical outage, and where endpoint one EDR was able to compromise not only one operating system, but actually, if we say, typically we say the news means, the north, east, west, and south. So this was the actual news. The whole world was under the impact of a outage. Yes, we learn lesson a lot, but think about the same incident might be also being learned by AI, and which might be very much well aware that a typical file, can create a disaster leading towards, for example, blue screen of death. Now, imagine in the name of security controls, the typical endpoints, they are having access to kernel level access. Now, it will be new discovery for this AI tool to start actually finding similar gaps to create catastrophic impact. And these AI, if they are in wrong hands, the mentality is वो हम कहते हैं कि आप वकील ना करें, आप जज कर लें. So, they believe rather than wasting time with 100 of companies, let's consume your time, let's explore more gaps under such supply chain such solution which are having very privileged access to create this type of impact. So the AI world is very scary, no matter we have tremendous benefits, and the speed with which threat actors they are utilizing, to be honest, their speed is more than the normal people. I give you a small example. In case of ransomware attack, gone are those days that people were asking companies to pay some ransom. Now, before you launch a ransomware attack, with the help of AI, you can study the overall worth of the company. You can even study their cyber security insurance value. And then based on that, you can start negotiating rather than putting some not negotiable figure, because that will be fully backed by facts and figure. And these type of ransomware, with the help of AI nowadays, unfortunately, they are even file less, means they are being executed part of the memory. And even investigation perspective, it is difficult to prevent this, and they can create a disaster within the organization. So this is just some of the example with the help of AI, where they can create, really they can paralyze the technology industry. However, we all need to understand AI at the end of the day, it is artificial intelligence. I remember in one of the similar incident, I said, Insan is Ashraf al-Makhlukat, and AI is made by, ourselves. So we'll have to remain top of this and make sure it should not go into wrong hand. And we will discuss more about the ethical values of this subject. Thanks.
Sorry. Gee, see, I hope everybody can hear me. So primarily what I would like to say is that when it comes to AI, one of the clear differentiation which we see comparing it with the traditional model was that when we used to communicate with the machines, we had to learn machines' language to talk to them, to give instructions to them. What AI has done is that it has reversed the paradigm. So now machines have to learn our language, and we communicate with them with our language. And that power that has given us or enabled us in terms of what we can do with machines, that is immense. And that power is being used both by the businesses, industry, as well as by the hackers as well. That ease of communicating with the machine, analyzing the information, and then making use of that information for their for that advantage. That is something that is very, very powerful, and that's why the adoption of the AI is pretty fast as well compared to the technologies which have been introduced recently. I think one of the attack vectors when it comes to CME, you spoke about how it affects the threat landscape. So I think one thing which is very important is that social engineering, that has always been a real concern when it comes to cybersecurity. So deepfake, creating emails on the runtime, which seems very real, but at the same time very deceptive and harmful. The video messaging, the voice that the way it's amended and used for social engineering. So clearly that is one area where AI has contributed. Another area which I feel is fraud GPT. These worm GPTs and hacker GPTs. So basically what you can do is that you can see a vulnerability in a system, you can make instruction to the machine to write a code that can actually exploit that vulnerability and compromise it. That again is pretty powerful. And it enables a lot of people to do it. Thirdly, I would say that the ability of the machine or using the power of the machine to make decisions on the runtime, so that you can actually simulate the entire threat scenario without needing instructions from the humans. That itself has made AI very powerful to as a tech tool. So I think as a technology, it's very powerful. It's being used by both by the business as well as the hackers. It's just that we need to be mindful of how we are using it and how can we use it to our advantage.
Thank you so much. Thanks a lot.
So we see the maximum and the most, advanced attacks where the money is, right? So as Arif shared, there's so much is happening. If you look at the financial and banking sectors, if you focus on that, what kind of AI-driven cyber attacks are happening in this sector? Mark, could you please share that? And what could be the potential impact of an AI-driven attack targeting multiple banks or financial services institutions simultaneously?
Thank you, Sen. If I, dissect the entire question into two parts, because both of them are slightly related, but I would really want to keep them separate. The first thing I learned is that, AI is no match for human stupidity. So that is something that we need to understand. Whatever anybody is, whether working for the AI or against the AI, if we don't leave out the stupidity back, the AI is going to win. My own personal experience, I've seen various type of attacks that have been happening, and the attack vectors have not changed drastically, I would say. Just like what Arif mentioned about, fraud GPT and hack GPT, these things are coming in, but the attack vectors that are coming into the bank, they're typically the same. However, the tools and techniques have altered tremendously. For example, the case of phishing. Phishing has been around for a while, as in from decades. So phishing has changed its face from various things. Now it is more to do with what the behavior of the users are. So an AI engine can really understand, keeping all the controls, all the security barriers that we have put in, how a particular user uses the internet, how they use the email, and then they can craft, a very purpose-based phishing message and lure this person in. Take the example of, for example, another one was malware. Now, malware is something which is coming in, and now, just like Mehzad mentioned, fileless, they are now targeting PowerShell directly. Nothing else is happening. So there are no more, files that are coming in attached as a PDF or as a zip. They're just doing that. So deepfake is again something which is being used in phishing very extensively. So messages, previously we used to, hear these stories that the CEO sent out an email, I'm stuck here, can you please wire me $25,000? Now the messages are not coming in, it's a video that is coming in. Hey, let's do a Zoom call. And when there is a Zoom call, people would never suspect that, this is a computer that is working, or the AI engine. So the attack surface has changed a lot. The threat and the tools and techniques have changed, but the attack vectors are typically the same. Now, considering that a certain malware or certain AI attack happens, and that addresses the industry as a whole, I would say as a whole, because there is no more multiple banks. It's either one or everyone. So if that happens, then of course it's a doomsday scenario. However, uh, propagation of this kind of engine into various organizations is difficult, because we all have our own individual security postures. We make sure that whatever is allowed, and a previous talk, Ali Manzur was talking about APIs. So understanding the normal behavior of API and then making sure that your WAF is configured appropriately, these are the techniques through which we can actually prevent that. If God forbid something of that scenario happen, then this is it. The entire country is going to get standstill.
Absolutely, absolutely.
you. So, Murtaza, my next question is to you. And you and I share a common heritage, oil and gas, and now the energy sector. How do you see these AI-driven cyber attacks impacting, for example, the energy business, utilities, and oil and gas?
All right. Am I audible? Back at the back? Right. Thank you. So AI has actually helped to further mature cyber attacks, not only in the entire space, but specifically in the energy and utility sector. So I'll just give us a simple example. Like the cyber kill chain has 7 processes, 7 steps. So AI-driven algorithms can help attackers to modify those 7 steps, starting from reconnaissance up till action on objectives, and can further amplify the amplitude of the attack and the impact on organizations. So second is the usage of advanced threat modeling techniques. So if an attacker has access to some sensitive information on or for any company within the utility sector, then using advanced AI algos, that attacker can extract some useful information which can help to identify the weaknesses and vulnerabilities within the company's digital infrastructure, and can plan sophisticated attacks that may result in wider impact to organizations. We have seen AI-driven attacks lately within the cyber warfare area as well. And the news which we are able to read over the internet does explain, give us some examples. So in a nutshell, AI-driven cyber attacks are just an advanced form of the conventional cyber attacks. When we talk about the OT infrastructure, that's where the significance of these attacks become, multitude. So they grow exponentially. One is a IT cyber attack, and the other is OT cyber attack. They are catastrophic. So OT cyber attacks can lead to, human loss at max. And they can do a lot of disruptions within the healthcare sector, within the utility services, and other civic services which the governments host. So that's where, AI has an important role in overall cybersecurity. Yeah.
Thank you, Murtaza. So, Nizad, I would like you to weigh in on, Engro is doing a lot of work around digital twins and IoT and stuff. How do you see that from, coming from a manufacturing setup?
So, Simi, the manufacturing industry, I will say, was being driven in the security context while following the formula of, I will call it AG. And AG means air gap. So through air gap, no matter you don't have very good security mechanism, it was assumed that you are not going to be fair candidate for threat actors. But of course, in order to make things more efficient, plant more efficient, reliable, and getting knowledge base from the global learning, you'll have to open your things towards global direction. So there should be bi-directional exchange of information. So global, twins or these type of solutions, basically where you go and simulate plant and see whether the actual plant is running with the efficient value or not. And here it comes that security threat, because with the feedback environment, someone, if take the control, can start feeding wrong data, which can manipulate the temperature, pressures, and the overall productivity. But however, I can recall one interesting example that plants still will love to follow, in addition to AI, some very classical manual control. And one of the beautiful example, you might be aware or not, but let me share. The American president is carrying the push button in case they are supposed to launch the atomic war. The password of this atomic war, it is still being kept on a floppy disk. Why? Because if someone took this password, it will take still too much time to find the floppy disk reader. So somewhere what I want to say, on the plant level, intensely manual controls are being kept. Yes, no matter technology is there, AI is there, but you'll have to give still leverage to your plant, having decades of years of experience to rely on their decisions, especially some crucial decisions are required. So with this actually manual and digital and AI combination, the plants are running in a more productive and more secure way. Thanks.
Thank you. So, Abdul Qadir, we've been seeing, zero trust, digital trust, and all of that. And now Mehzad Bhai has shared about physical controls and manual controls and that sort of thing. But we've got AI now. How can AI be used to detect and prevent cyber attacks? And some of the challenges that at PwC you've been seeing. Thank you.
Thank you. First of all, we have to keep in mind that AI is the emerging word and it is a buzzword for the world. If you want to get the approval from your management, just put the AI keyword in your title of anything. It will get approved. तो सबसे पहले तो ये बड़ा critical है कि what is the advantage of AI? So AI is actually have two factors majorly. One is from the flip side, one is from the positive side, which is blessing, and when it is a curse. Because if you want to implement AI in a true manner and in a sensible manner with the best fit for your environment, then it will be helpful for you. But if the AI would be implemented in a wrong manner or maybe in a out of control manner, then the perpetrators will actually exploit this concept. And these type of AI tools can actually go for the lateral movement of all the attack, and it will cascade for your whole environment. For example, we have seen many incidents worldwide for like FireEye, yeah, one of the incident recently for CrowdStrike, जिसमें हमने ही एक बहुत बड़ा रोबस्ट इन्वायरमेंट अपनी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में लगाया और उस ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में लगाने के बाद उसका नुकसान ये हुआ कि जैसे on a lighter note, Pakistan International Airline was the only airline at that day जो सबसे efficiently काम कर रही थी because of the factor कि उसने AI नहीं लगाया हुआ. लेकिन इसके अलावा
we should be clapping for that, right? Applauding that.
Yeah. So इसके पे शेयर भी है एक ना, कहते हैं ना कि you have to see कि कौन आपके साथ किस तरीके से काम कर रहा है and how you are engaging your third party, you are engaging with AI based tools, जिसपे कहते हैं ना मुझको गले लगा के मेरे गला घुटने लगे, मेरे ही हम नफस मुझे अब तोड़ने लगे. तो unfortunately it is the matter for AI as well. 70% of the world's AI implementation has been failed for cybersecurity as per PwC survey because of the lack of the awareness of AI or not collaborated with technology and other stakeholders. Because what is the reason? मतलब हम सुबह से cyber security में बहुत सारी बातें कर रहे हैं और माशाल्लाह से मेरे ख्याल से every jargon keyword has been used and demonstrated today. However, the matter what AI would leverage apart from cyber security strengthening control, AI would actually reduce mean time to respond, mean time to detect, and mean time to repair. So it is a positive sign just जिस तरह हुसैन भाई ने बोला, then challenges as well, because AI would process your system according to the methodology, which is sense, think, and act. Think means petabytes of data in a minute. So if it can process and provide you the suspicious pattern, suspicious issues, compromise issues in a minute, then it can hamper if it is exploited. अच्छा, example wise अगर हम बोलें जो the challenges in a very quick manner, for example, first how we have utilized, for example, based on my PwC experience, AI is leveraging for big data analytics, for behavior analysis. It enhances your SOC methodology. It enhances your SOAR methodology. It enhances your complete security operation center. It also automates your patch management, automate your isolation of the compromised machines, third party risk management, fraud management, and all. But unfortunately, for example, if hacker can use chat GPT to make and manipulate malicious code, so it is a negative impact for you. You have adverse impact of machine learning as well. You have one of the I think जो world's biggest and most notorious malware था वो AI based Emotent था, जिसके बारे में 7 साल तक उसने thousands of organizations को down किया, which was spam, phishing, AI powered social engineering attack. So these are the factors जो एक challenges हैं, which may be explained by anyone else as well.
Thank you so much. So my next question is to Mr. Arif. So in the context of what we just heard from Abdul Qadir, and given bringing this conversation closer to home in a Pakistani context where, you know, typically budgets are limited, what steps are you taking to ensure that you are well prepared to manage the new wave of AI cyber attacks? And how are you leveraging your existing investment in technology?
I think when it comes to AI, the use of AI, which Abdul Qadir mentioned, I'd like to extend a bit to that. And see, the challenge with AI is that it's a technology that hasn't been developed with security being kept in mind. That has been the case with internet as well, but nowadays with the kind of data which we have and the reliance of technology and data we have, that is immense. So the risk is huge. Secondly, I feel that it's a very important question to ask as to whether the kind of pace of adoption that is there, which is unprecedented, what kind of exposure that gives us, and as a security practitioner, can we actually keep up with the pace, whether the solution providers or otherwise? I think there are three probably strategy which I would say that we should adopt. The traditional controls which we had been discussing since morning, they are very, very important controls. They should be applied. That should be our first line of defense. They are not obsolete. I think there has been a consensus even in this panel that those controls and the threat vectors and the risk are pretty much similar. So those should be there. The second thing which I would say is that in terms of the approach, probably we need to revisit our approach. Zero Trust provides a very robust approach, you know, the usual trusted and non-trusted sort of paradigms, those shifting them to non-trusted sort of paradigm, that itself is a very powerful concept. And I think implementing that concept, ZTNA, you know, and micro-segmentation, all of these concepts are good concepts that any organization can implement in Pakistan as well. Finally, what I would say is that security solution providers who are adopting AI, it's pretty challenging for them as well, because this technology itself is evolving and evolving at a rapid pace. They themselves probably may not be aware of all the risk. And with CrowdStrike, what happened, they should be a bit more cautious. But Baharal, ultimately, they are actually using AI to power their solutions. And if we need to counter AI, then those solutions are important. One edge which is available to us that wasn't available traditionally in this sort of race between hacker and defender is that hacker always had an edge. And they were able to penetrate into our systems because we had to close all the doors and they had to find a door open to enter into our systems. But with AI, because it's powered based on the data,
and the data primarily resides with us. And with this intelligence which we have developed over the period of time through AI, we can actually process that data and use that for our advantage to counter the threats. How effectively do we use that? This will remain to be a very important question. And I think over the period of time, as the technology evolves, as we learn over the period of time, we should be able to use that more effectively.
Great. Thank you so much, Arif. So my next question is to everybody actually in the panel, because this is an Infosec conference and I see an overwhelming number of gentlemen versus women. So my next question to you all is, how do you see and what efforts are you making to bring more women into this cyberspace? Go ahead.
What I will add here, you remember sometime before we used to get this type of news. Three suicide bomber, they have entered the city. Please take care of yourself. And we were always wondering, like, if someone is aware that they have entered, he should keep on chasing them before they do any damage, right? So I'm wondering, like, these type of excuse is mostly being carried by CISOs. The hackers are more than what we believe and they have more and more budget. I think that excuse will be no more accepted. We have enough spent in the name of cybersecurity. Multiple tools, you can think about A to Z, 100 of tools are being implemented across banks and non-banking sector. And then the time has come to actually capitalize this whole investment with the help of AI to get very quick decision in case of a disaster. I think that is lagging because yes, we have multiple tools, but we don't know where is the cockpit and where is the decision button, and if that can be utilized properly with the help of AI, then it is really good return on investment and kind of relief for all the CISOs sitting here.
Thank you, Mazad. So my question was, how do we bring more women into cybersecurity?
Can I just add that? So, I have a certain philosophy about it. We have to make things attractive for women to come. That's what I believe is that when girls and women are a bit reluctant to come into this field, primarily because this is too much time extensive, and because of the culture of this country, they cannot be out of the home for a longer period of time. So, having the option to work from home, that is something which can actually culminate in an environment where women will be more inclined towards that. Making sure that there are special quotas available in these schools. We are not churning out many people in cybersecurity in the first place, and women are actually absent there. When I still go to schools to study, so in my classroom usually there are like 7 guys and perhaps 1 girl, and that's it. And she drops out usually in the second or third semester. So we need to make sure that there are special privileges available for women to come in. Although I'm a firm believer of competition, but in this case we need to show, because we are 52% women, right? So this is something. The population of this country is 52% women. So if we are not engaging them, there will always be a problem, a scarcity of resources in there. So
Absolutely.
so just with these 2 things, I think a number of women can
Great points.
So you
Fine.
wanted to weigh in on this?
I was holding my nose for this
Yeah.
one. Thank you, Seema. So with pride,
Just a point each, please.
okay.
Timers.
All right. So just wanted to share that in my company, we have this goal within technology departments, including cybersecurity, to have a gender balance. So proudly in K Electric, we have a sizable cybersecurity team, and 50% of our team members are female members, and half of them are amongst the first-year leadership of cybersecurity. And the organization has a returnship program as well, where females who are encouraged to apply for diverse roles, and then they're given development opportunities to develop themselves as professionals within their fields, and that includes cybersecurity as well.
Thank
So
you.
that's where we, I take pride in saying that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Arif was, you wanted to say something, and Abdul Qadir wanted to say, and now everyone just cover one point and
Should I?
Please, please.
Yeah. So I think our strategies so far had been very reactive. And that is to induct the talent that is there into our organization and how can we induct more. I think it should be more proactive in a sense that cybersecurity is a mystery to many people, especially to our females, to males as well. To a lot of people, it's a mystery. What do we actually do? So I think probably we need to demystify this mystery, make it more interesting. So interestingly, my daughter herself, she decided that she would like to pursue a career in cybersecurity, and I was very surprised why that is the case when her cousins and everybody wanted to do something differently. But I think what I've noticed is that it's primarily because of the understanding that you develop over the period of time about this subject, and as a result of it, you develop interest as well. Ji Abdul Qadir.
अच्छा, मैं ये emphasize नहीं करना चाहूँगा कि what PwC is doing, because PwC is world's big four, so they always have a diversity in their KPI and all. And as far as PwC Pakistan is concerned, it is same. But as far as my team is concerned, I have almost 35 to 40% team in my team having females. और जो सबसे अच्छी बात है, apart from all other skills, cyber security के अंदर जो थ्रेट इंटेलिजेंस और थ्रेट हंटिंग का काम है, वो फीमेल से अच्छा कोई नहीं कर सकता. ये मेरा प्रैक्टिकल तजर्बा है.
Agreed, totally agreed, totally agreed.
मैं इसी पे बात खत्म कर लूंगा. अपार्ट फ्रॉम ऑल अदर पॉजिटिव पॉइंट्स, तो ये हमारा प्रैक्टिकल तजर्बा है. मेरी अपनी टीम के भी कुछ लोग मौजूद हैं और वो जानते हैं कि ये ऐसा तजर्बा हमारा बहुत कामयाब रहा है. Thank you.
Just Anglo perspective, we are proudly mentioning that part of, let's say, my team, we have almost more than 35% population is from female. So we are very much encouraging their inclusion, part of this complex equation.
So at the moderator level, we have 50-50. So that's अच्छा. So हजारों ख्वाहिशें ऐसी, उस तरह से हजारों सवाल ऐसे कि हर सवाल पे दम निकले, but we don't have the time. So we will wrap it up. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for sharing your thoughts. Amazing discussion. ये कूजे में बंद करने वाली कहानी थी. Very, very difficult. But let me share just one closing thought. And this is a thought for all of you to take away. Without governance, it's going to be governance of AI, robust governance of AI. It's going to be a great, great, great challenge. Why? Because governance, and only governance, will help us tie together IT, information security, risk management, compliance, audit, all of that together. And there are so many more strands to it. So focus on that. Remember, artificial intelligence is only imitating the human intelligence. And it has been made that way. It has been modeled that way. So it has picked up all of the discriminations, the unethical biases, and we see the fraudulent and the criminal thought that is behind all of the actions that are happening. So we need to have robust governance which will take care of all of this. All the best. Thank you very much.
Very much. Hello, hello, hello. Yeah. Group photo के लिए अरे भाई एक मिनट. Thank you very much to the esteemed guests. I think it was a very fruitful session. I think the last session that we have today is by Umar Nagar, who's the principal consultant from Logarithm. He has traveled from Egypt all the way for us. Thank you very much, Umar. Kindly come up on the stage.
Assalamu alaikum. I would like first to thank everyone who made it so far and for the speakers who came on the stage to share the beautiful insights. Thank you for the audience and for the organizers of this beautiful event. My name is Omar Al-Nagar, and I'm a principal technical consultant at Logarithm. And I came to you today to tell you about why the job of a CISO becoming more difficult every day. So before we talk about the challenges, let's define the typical day of a CISO. So CISO objective is mainly around 4 or 5. It's very dynamic. It keeps changing day after day. The first thing is to define the how you can manage the risk. So you need to understand what are we defending against. So to talk about cybersecurity, you need to know what is your risk and what is your threat, and they are completely different. So, for example, just to make it simpler, a risk, if you have a server, for example, and you want to define its risk, it's how likely this server is going to be exploited, it's going to be attacked. Now, the threat is the definition after the fact, after it's compromised. What is the threat it can cause to your internal systems? To give you an example, if you have, for example, a web server in your DMZ and it's looking after the internet or connected to the internet, it could be the risk is very high because there is an outbound connection to the internet, but actual threat it can cause internally because this is an isolated network, it could be very low. So that's the difference between a threat and a risk. So the CISO look after that strategy, how he managed the risk. Now, the second thing he do is to manage the security communication. He needs to take all of the low-level details and translate it into a language that the top level understands. The third thing is to define a strategy for the incident response. So we're here today to talk about this in specifics and what is the challenge in the incident response in today's cyber warfare. And also he look after the compliance, which is very important. So maybe he's working in a vertical of the banking sector, so he looks after the PCI DSS. Maybe he's looking, if he's a CISO in the OT sector, then he's looking after the NERC and the OT compliance, etc. So he managed this part as well. So I'm going to focus today on the incident response part. And for the CISO to have a successful strategy in the incident response, he need to communicate to his peer or to his SOC manager to discuss the challenges and how he can mitigate and resolve the mean time to detect and minimize the mean time to respond. So our speakers today talked about this extensively. They mentioned MTTR and MTTD. So before we dive into the slide, let me tell you why it matters. In incident response, the heart of the incident response is the SOC. So how can you improve a SOC? We always say that you cannot improve something you cannot measure. So that means KPIs. So what is the KPIs of the SOC? That's how fast is your team to detect something and how fast is your team to respond to something. So that's the MTTD and MTTR. So let's talk about the impact here technically. So the first challenge, as you can see here, is the SOC have to deal today with a very huge range of attacks. So the attacks can be classified as known attacks and unknown attacks. The known attacks, that's the easy part. You have a threat detection tools that can look after a known attack based on its IOC, indicator of compromise, meaning that you have a signature of the attack, you have a malicious file hash that you detected or you have seen in your environment. Maybe you are looking after a command and control server IP, so that's called also an IOC. And you can just use a tool to look if there is a communication with the CNC or command and control, just raise an alert. This is how basically you can detect that. Now, as you have seen today, the trend and the trend of the topics being chosen today is the rise and the complexity in what we're seeing in the cybersecurity threats. So we're seeing lots of unknown threats. So the IOC detection method is not the only way to detect known threats. There is another way called threat modulation using TTPs. So if you heard about the MITRE is a framework that can tell you, listen, instead of shutting down the attack based on IOC, let's understand the objective of the attack and try to shut down the tactic and the technique. Now, this is more efficient, but the problem stays the same. It's known, you know, a TTP. This is why you can see the MITRE evolve day after day. So we didn't still fix the challenge, which is how you can detect unknown threats. To do that, I can see today that there is a bit of confusion between AI and machine learning. So just to clear this confusion, AI is being used mainly in automation application, and machine learning is being used in behavioral analysis. So the two actually walk hand in hand to detect unknown threats. So what I'm saying is that in your SOC, you need to look after your systems and threat detection tools to have this new generation brain. Why this is important? You need to fight fire with fire. So if your attacker is using the latest AI to model their tools or to assist them to craft very complex tools, you need to have intelligence in your threat detection mechanism to be able to detect that. And I will give you an example. What the AI as an automation did for the attacker, remember the phishing emails? We used to be told that look for the typos error, right? Because you were trying to figure out if it's a phishing email because there is a human error being done. You can't really see this in the latest phishing email because they're using the phishing tools that use and leverage AI that can craft a very specific and targeted email for your organization to try to fish you out using specific information it knows about you. So AI here really helped the attacker to gain more knowledge and streamline its attack. Your threat detection need to use that. Again, this is why we said fight fire with fire. The machine learning is very important because it doesn't rely on a classical and legacy way of detecting threats, which is like correlation rules. So the machine learning use a behavioral approach. It baseline what's normal to detect what's abnormal. For example, if I'm trying to connect to systems from 9 to 5, because that's business hours, and let's say I'm trying to download some files, and specifically from Egypt, I'm connected from Egypt. If this behavior change, the system should automatically be telling me there is a behavior change or anomaly detected here. Now, the good thing about this approach is that it does not rely on threat detection rules or correlation rule. It's completely unsupervised. Is that the way moving forward? This is something I really highlight in every single event. Some people think that the machine learning or AI is the future. What I always say in this topic is that it goes hand in hand with the legacy method. You still need to learn about TTPs. You still need to detect the threats using IOC, but you need to complement the unknown detection and the unknown and complement your system to detect really the unknown. So that's the challenge number one that you can see in modern SOC today. The challenge number two is the complexity of the tools required by the SOC manager or a CISO to get that threat detection. So let me forward a bit to understand a bit what kind of tools do you need in a modern SOC today. So when you're trying to build a SOC, you need to focus on three key aspects. The first aspect is your people. And the people here to me personally matters the most. Those are your analysts that are going to be looking after the threat detection. They are going to do the investigation. This is what matters most. The second thing is to define the process, how your analysts are going to mitigate the threat, to respond to this threat. It cannot be happening in an isolated manner or randomly. We need to have a common strategy, how we can respond to the threats and how to report it back to the management using specific numbers. I took 2 minutes to do the response in a severity 1 attack. So this is the process conversation. The third part of the SOC is what is the key technology do I need? So be able to tell you what kind of technology that you need. I'm going to talk about a Gartner report that is very important, launched in 2019, and it is evolving a bit. I'm going to talk about the new addition in that report, but the first thing it says that you need to have a SIM. This is the first thing you need to have in your SOC. So the SIM is the bird eye that sees everything. It collects all of the logs from your environment, and a modern SIM, like what I said, needs to focus on the known threats and the unknown threats using AI, Gen AI, or machine learning. Now, the problems we explained of the SIM solution or any threat detection tools in the past is that it relied on static rules. The attacks by nature is very dynamic. To understand what's the challenge and why I said it's very dynamic, let's take a port scanning or a brute force technique. So if you're trying to use a SIM to detect a port scanning, you want to define a correlation rule looking for single IP trying to scan, let's say, 50 services within 1 minute. This is a correlation rule. There is a possibility, if it triggered, there is a possibility of a port scanning. Now, if the attacker trying to scan 40 services instead of 50, do you think that this use case is going to trigger? Absolutely not. Well, this is telling you how inefficient the current threat detection tool is. So a modern SIM use AI and ML. it uses also another entity or another tool that is supporting the same capability called a UEBA. You probably heard about UEBA tools in the past. It's a user entity behavior analytics. Without throwing another buzzword, it just means that it's used machine learning to baseline the user behavior, similar to the example I've given you in the last few minutes. Is that all that you need in a SOC? The second tool that you need here you go. So the second tool that you need is or according to Gartner report, is host monitoring capabilities. Now, this is the kind of category that have the antivirus or the EDRs or the file integrity monitor. Those tools use agents and they sit at the endpoint level. Now, the idea here and the reason why Gartner included that in the report is because when you look at the attack spectrum, 60% of them compromise the weakest link in the security or in the cyber skill chain. And unfortunately, and again, I agree with the key speakers before, the weakest link in the cyber security chain, that's us, the behavior of our users. Because not all of them have the same education when it comes to cybersecurity. So the attacker compromised the user. So the idea of including host monitoring capability in your SOC is to try to shut down the attack at the earliest stage before it tries to escalate or do lateral movement. Is that all? No, the report actually goes further and it's telling us that you need more tools. Because the challenge is here, if you have host monitoring or EDR, you cannot install the agent everywhere. So you cannot install agents, for example, in your cameras, in your CCTVs, on your printers. So you still have a gap in your... This is where the NT-EDRs come really handy. So you cover your network threats or network-borne attack. The logic of Gartner, and I agree with it, is that network do not lie. It's that the attacker can manipulate, but he will never be manipulate the flow or the network flow. The good news also about the network analyzers and NDR is that they are not agent-based. So you can really use them to complement your visibility. If you have those three technologies, now you have something called SOC visibility triad. This is the minimum technology required to have proper visibility. Now, I will tell you something important. This is just according to Gartner perspective. In a modern SOC today, you actually need more than that. So if you look at this screen, what you are going really find in a modern SOC is that you still need a SOAR. We're talking about threat detection, but how can you do threat response? So SOAR has two objectives or two hats. It can help you to shut down the attack. That's a security purpose. And it has another hat, operational completely, how to automate the investigation. And how to do that based on a threat found. Okay, so take that threat and escalate it to an incident, and then do the action and the response, and then assign to the analyst, and then send an SMS to the analyst because I'm seeing that it's above 80% risk. So it can automate and have like like an AI analyst to automate the investigation for me. So that's SOAR. You still need a file integrity monitor. If you're a bank, you would really appreciate this because you want to comply to PCI DSS regulations. So what I'm saying is that you will see that your SOC, the modern SOC, is so fragmented today. So I work in Logarithm, and one of the things that Logarithm do is like a unified SOC solution and unified SOC platform. So we really believe in the convergence and the consolidation. The reason I'm telling you about this today is because let's go back and telling you about the second challenge that I'm saying. And we're still talking about the challenges that any CISO or any SOC manager deal with. So you see this, the complexity of the SOC tools is impacting the MTTR and MTTD. So let me tell you some examples. How long does it take an attacker to penetrate your environment? There is a definition called the breakout time. The breakout time defines the time the attacker needs from the moment that he enters the first patient zero or the first endpoint till the moment he's able to do the first lateral movement. This time is called a breakout time. Then after it, he will be positioned or well positioned to actually extract your data or launch a real attack in the environment. The fastest breakout time recorded is 2 minutes. So imagine if you have all of those solutions and you're jumping between a screen and a screen, another, from SIM solutions to endpoint detection to NTAs, trying to do an action on a SOAR. And all of this is going to take hours. And the attacker is already finished his attack and finished everything within 2 to 5 minutes. So we're always playing catch up. And the wishful thinking in the current way of doing cybersecurity today is that I hope, inshallah, I will have visibility, right? It's just about visibility, not doing proper security. So the idea of having automation using AI and having a unified platform is to try to not to play catch up with the attacker, is to shut down the attack as fast as possible automatically within those 2-minute breakout time. So that was quickly just my insight into the SOC challenges, and the key message that I want to pass is that right now we're not just dealing with complexity of the attack, the AI and the ML, we're dealing just with so many tools that we have to learn. And I know that we're not making it easier for anyone. Every single year, you're hearing new terminology, UEBA, NDR, SIM. And from my point of view, and even from logarithm concept, is to wipe the jargon completely and unify the platform, because what we're looking for is really a unified platform for any threat, whether it's network-borne, whether it's user-borne, whether it's application-borne. So thank you so much for your time. And again, I'm happy to be here in Pakistan. Thank you.
So many thanks, Umar, for a quick session on how you guys can help the customers to improve this security posture and SOC overall. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for coming up today and showing up here. We conclude the session here, and we would like to thank you, HPL, as our exclusive host here, and Total Communication for arranging it. And finally, many thanks to Access Group for who has organized the lunch, which I'm very hungry for. So let's move towards that. Thank you very much again for coming in. Assalamu alaikum.